Cervo is one of the most desirable destinations in the world. A beautiful resort on the Costa Smeralda, the glittering coast of northern Sardinia. It's not hard to see why the venue continues to attract sailors every summer to compete on these beautiful blue waters. Holding pride of place in the harbour is the yacht club Costa Smeralda, the prestigious club established by the Aga Khan more than half a century ago. Everything you need to create the perfect regatta, it's right here, which is why the Sailing Champions League loves coming back year after year to Porto Cervo. So Corky, it's the final day of the Sailing Champions League final, and the reason why we're standing here is it's actually been quite difficult to find a place where we haven't got a load of wind noise on the microphone. So what does that tell us about what might happen today?
So at the moment, out on the racecourse, we've got over 30 knots, about 33 knots when it was last recorded. So mega windy and stuff, and it's just going to push these boats that little bit far. We've also got the same problem that we had yesterday in the last sort of few days, big waves out at sea. So the only chance we've got of racing is with inside this inner harbour, but at the moment, because of the short sort of racetrack, we're going to have to see that breeze come down just a little bit to be able to make it safe enough to get these boats on the water. So as you can probably see from the guys behind, all just chilling, grabbing a coffee, relaxing. We're seeing some people over there enjoying a bit of knitting, anything to pass the time and fill a bit of time until we can get out on this race course. So we're all just waiting for that little bit of a nod and some notice. Again, it's starting to feel that pressure now. You can start to see the teams now. This is the final day. They know that anyone could end up in that final four. But how do you deal with it? Do you sit here and stay relaxed, or can you keep focused? It's sort of, how would you deal with it?
I think I would learn about knitting. I would take up knitting. I mean, it's all that micro detail involved in putting the wool together in the right way, and it just completely clears out the brain. Or there are many other ways that you can do to sort of relax and. The thing is, then you've got to get yourself in the zone, and the challenge of this particular kind of racing is that you're only racing for about a third of the time. We got 29 teams here, 15 nations, but most of the time you're watching your competitors trying to work out what they're doing in their races, and then you've got to get your game face on and get back into the competition for when it's time for you to get back on the J70. So it's quite a challenge mentally to bring yourself up and bring yourself down. So that's where I see the power of knitting myself.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sort of maybe not on the knitting side as much, but basically that's one of the biggest challenges, a mental factor for a lot of the sailors, is having this downtime, looking at what's going on the race course, understanding what they're learning from, but also being, as you say, able to switch off so you're not burning yourself out. You're not constantly thinking about it. You've got to be able to switch out. But then to jump back in on that boat and all just work perfectly, all simultaneously, it's quite a skill. But we're hoping to get on that water, and it'd be great to see some racing today.
I was speaking to Sandra Sandquist from the KSSS yesterday. They were slightly over the line on one of the races, and she said that she had no regrets, but she sort of did because they got 9 points for that. But her point was, the reason why no regrets is you've got to be pushing that line so closely, so the margin between getting an amazing start or turning to zero and getting an OCS, getting a disqualification, those margins are tiny but so important, aren't they?
Yeah, completely. It's one of the factors. We're always talking about consistency and about bringing it out and trying to make sure you're in that top 2, top 3. But the only way to be in that top 2, top 3 is by pushing every single opportunity you get. If there's an attacking opportunity, you've got to go for it. And at the start line, being on that start line, if you're 2 meters back from it, that could be enough to put you back in that 5th, 6th spot. So you've got to push it, and to be honest, that's exactly how the sailors have got to do. There's no safe sailing. You can't just kind of go, right, we're going to start safe on this start, kind of do our bit. It just doesn't happen in this racecourse. And certainly with the racecourse being inside the harbour, those tighter extra shifts, we saw a lot of mixed results coming in yesterday, and that really shook up the leaderboard.
So no one is completely dominating, but a pattern is emerging, and there's a number of different nations that have risen to the top. We will get into that a little bit later, but for me and Corky, for the time being, that's our intro to the final day of the Sailing Champions League final. It's going to be a humdinger. 9, race 1, leg 1, we're already into competition, Corky. And it's looking like a pretty nice day out there. There has been a a delay to racing, but now they're finally out there, and you can see that there's a lot more breeze than there was previous day.
Yeah, that's the factor why they've been stuck on shore a little bit longer, is that we've had this postponement due to the intensity of this breeze. So Ryan this morning tried to get some early racing, but we're greeted with 30, 34 knots of breeze. Big tack in by the windward mark, very close, but you can see the swells sort of in the backtrack of these boats, going to be a lot trickier to handle. I'm going to push the boat handling a lot harder, and so it's going to push these teams right to limit. This is the last sort of day that they can actually make any big changes, any inroads into getting into that final four. That's all they're really pushing for. Once they get into that final four, they've got an opportunity to come away and be crowned that place. But at the moment, it's all pressure on. And one of the boats that we're keeping an eye on is the Royal Danish Yacht Club. So whereabouts today?
Well, they're doing pretty well up at the front of the fleet. We just saw a penalty taken by the Polish from Gdynia, but at the front we see a fight between Royal Swedish Yacht Club and the Royal Danish Yacht Club, and Aeronautica Militare are also in the mix. But the important boat, the one that really needs to make sure it gets a decent score here, because it's the one with a realistic chance of getting through, is Royal Danish Yacht Club, and at the moment they're in the top two. So things going pretty well for the Danes, and it looks like they are set to book their spot in that 4-boat final.
Well, they need to win this race for 100% guarantee of that spot. So that's certainly what they would be looking to do. But again, if not a solid spot's going to be really important, ensuring themselves to put themselves in the right place. Again, with any of this racing, it's up to the other teams to also ensure their places. But you can see the breeze a lot more tricky for some of the teams now coming down to this leeward gate for the first time. Kite drops being a little bit late, being onto those controls. You can see quite a few people sort of struggling with those kites a bit. So actually for some of the more novice teams, it's tricky dealing with these kind of conditions, but also even for some of the experienced teams, they've not been sailing in this breeze for some time. It's a short race course. By the time you've hoisted that kite, you're looking for that first jibe. As soon as you've done that first jibe, you're nearly looking for the drop. It's like a really intense kind of gut buster exercise that you do in a dinghy, let alone sort of a sports boat.
Compared with yesterday, the action is coming a lot thicker and faster, and as you say, Corky, there's really no time to draw breath downwind with the Jenica. It's almost not worth getting it up, but you'd be way behind if you weren't hoisting the Jenica. But it's really hard work for the crews at the front of these boats. But really well sailed by Royal Swedish Yacht Club. Got good command of this race at the moment as they cross ahead of Royal Danish Yacht Club. This is first and second in the race that we're looking at, and they put a hard tack on top of the Danes. The Danes are probably going to stick where they are. It's pretty windy, so they can probably live in that bad air. And actually, we see that they're on ley line already for mark rounding 2 at the top end of the mark. So it's going to be the Swedes leading the Danes around, and then a bit of a gap back to the Portuguese. And it's nice to see the Portuguese doing well. One of the lighter teams here, three women and one man on the Portuguese team. Let's see how the Swedes get on. These hoists are going to be hazardous in this breeze. Round go the Danes. Big handbrake turn straight into the hoist, and the Danes also trying to get deep on the Swedes, seeing if they can get the inside track on them.
Kite set was a little bit faster, allowed them to get that depth. As soon as that power came in, they bore off that to allow that power in the kite and allow it to go forward, drag the bow down a bit, and has sat them on the inside. So I reckon they're going to have an inside line running into here. This could put them in a real commanding position. So we can still see at the front, the lead boat, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, kite still flapping, still looking pretty unstable. It didn't look like they were properly set up, and that's full advantage for the Danish. Exactly there, we've seen them jibe away now, and now putting themselves in that position. Are they on lay, coming in for that left mark as we look at it? If they are, then they're in a really strong position. Just head straight back out to that right and command that position.
So pretty even between the two at the moment. We've got the Royal Swedish Yacht Club still in the lead, but Royal Danish Yacht Club also well positioned. And it's going to be the Danes that get round the mark first. The Swedes are going to be jibing round the opposite mark. So it's going to be absolutely even Stevens between the two Royals. Denmark going out to the right, Sweden going out to the left. This is Sweden we're looking at here, still packing away the Jenica. Bit of a late drop there, bit of a messy drop, and that means you're losing righting moment on the side of the boat. You want your crew sitting out as hard as you can get them. This is Aeronautica Militare coming around in third place. Much better drop from them the previous time. And one of the teams getting the kite down pretty late there, still dropping the kite as they do a big hard turn around the leeward mark. And you really don't want to be late on these drops when the boat's planing into the bottom end of the course. And one of the boats way back, almost causing the one of the leaders to have to change course. But the Swedes managed to go round the back of them. Now we'll see which of Sweden and Denmark come out ahead on the result of this first cross on the final upwind leg, and they're absolutely flying them around the course, Corky.
Yeah, very much so. The speeds they're getting about sort of 11, seeing about 11 knots, 11 and a half knots downwind, so some nice sort of speeds coming in a little bit more. Upwind, as I say, but they're quite happily pushing away at sort of 6 knots, just tickling over about 6 knots. Big cross coming in, look like sort of the Danes have now got this because of that split at the mark, and again that will have come down to very much, if we wind that all the way back, simply that kite hoist. Getting a decent kite hoist allowed them their position there. They had that kite set, trimmed better straight from that offset, and then were able to get that jibe. They're going to have to take this extra sort of tack back up. They clearly weren't on lay, but now this means they're going to put one straight back in front of the Swedish team here. So commanding position, but if they can hold this, this will be the win that they need to guarantee themselves a spot in that top 4.
Yeah, going to put them in a very strong position for that 4-boat final, that's for sure. So this is going to be the final Jenica hoist, always one of the most hazardous moments of the race course in these stronger breezes. But look at that, bang, just set straight away. Not so great for the KSSS, they can't even bear the boat away. So all terrible, messy rounding for them, and that's going to open the door for BI Athletics from Norway to go on the attack. So actually it's Aeronautica Militare that have got on level terms now with KSSS. So disastrous bear away there for the Swedes, and it looks like the Italians now control them for second place and could well move into second in this race. Up front, looks like the Danes. Yeah, final jibe for the Danes. That's another hazardous moment successfully executed by the Danes as they start planing in towards the finish and booking their spot in the 4-boat final coming up later on this afternoon.
So that is one boat that you can see there. They're currently at the moment in overall standings with this race concluding that race win puts them in 4th spot in that regatta, and that's all they need to do to secure that. You can see how happy they are. They went round in that 3rd place to start with, and they slowly chipped away, and they've booked themselves into that final. Flying finish.
So close. Who won that at the end? It might be that Royal Swedish Yacht Club just managed to get back the Italians. So KSSS just saving a bit of face there after being overtaken by Aeronautica Militare, with BI Athletics sailing from Norway across in 4th, and next across will be the mostly female team from Portugal, Sport Algés e da Fundo, and the boats flying across the line much more quickly than we saw in the drifting conditions at times of yesterday. Getting those kites bagged as quickly as they can, even though the race is over. There's not much runway left beyond the finish line. So in the close confines of Porto Cervo harbour, where we don't normally ever see racing of any kind, we're very privileged and lucky to see the racing going on here. But it does mean that you've got to get those Jenicas packed away pretty quickly as soon as you cross the finish line. And the other boats across the line, YKP Gdynia from Poland, and bringing up the rear was Askøy Seilforening from Norway. 2 Norwegians in that race just then, but we won't be seeing a Norwegian representative in the 4-boat final. The one we will be seeing is Royal Danish Yacht Club, one of the big hitters in European sailing, certainly a regular in the Sailing Champions League and also in the Nord Stream race. So no surprise really to see the Royal Danish Yacht Club booking their spot in the 4-boat final. That's for Henrik Jensen, Thomas Hartvig, Niels Gramkoy and Jeppe Black Lundahl.
Yeah, they've done really well over this last even the last few races yesterday, with a second, a third, a first, and then a first today. So right at the time they needed to, really started to find some consistency, find some real confidence at the front of that fleet. And that's exactly what we were talking about. They had to push. They had to go all the way through. But today shapes up a little bit more. The breeze was lighter yesterday, and there was the opportunity to make a mistake, pick up the wrong shift, end up finding yourself back down in the pack. But today, this is going to be the actual day of more boat handling errors. You're going to find that a kite hoist doesn't go as smoothly as it should, and suddenly that set up that whole position for the Danish. So from that, there's some quite big changes that are going to step into place. But it's going to come down to boat handling. Boat handling is the big key, and certainly with the breeze as it is, that's going to really highlight any mistakes.
Really, really nice conditions for the sailors. You can see that change in colour as you go out to sea. And it's actually not looking too bad out there now, Corky, is it? You wonder if you could actually hold racing further out to sea, but it was looking very rough earlier. And also this higher up view that we're getting from the drone is sometimes a little bit deceptive.
I think the biggest worry was the actual entrance of the harbour itself, sort of, because again, how confused that water is. You can see the waves hitting the side of the navigational marks on the way in, and pretty substantial. Still got some pretty big height to them, but once you're sort of past that and further out, you're going to end up with a bit more of a rolling sort of swell or the bigger sort of waves. But yeah. Really, really sort of interesting, but the decision was made to hold them into this side of racetrack, and we've had some pretty exciting racing to start with.
So we saw KDY book their spot, the Royal Danish Yacht Club. The next one you could almost say is a final in itself. There are so many teams that are vying to get the 3 remaining spots. There are 5 teams in this next heat coming up. One of the ones that we're going to be watching closely are the Finns. Esbo Segelforening, they are in second overall at the moment. They've been leading at times during this regatta. They'll be really disappointed if they don't get through to the 4-boat final. We spoke to them earlier this morning. Let's find out more about the team from Finland. I'm with the Espoo Segelforening team from Finland, and next to me is the skipper, Lucas Kalemo. Lucas, very good regatta for you so far. How do you feel about how things are going?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think we have. I mean, the important thing while sailing inside has been the tactics, taking the shifts and the puffs, and I think coming from Finland, that's been our strong point.
This is not so different to sailing around the shoreline of Finland, I'm guessing. This is sort of familiar territory for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sailing inside it has been an advantage for us, and we like it inside.
Lucas, introduce me to the man on your left. Who's this and what does he do?
It's Emil Lindblom. He's our bowman and taking the spinnaker down.
Emil, you've also recently done the Nord Stream race, so a very different type of racing. How can you adapt from long 1,000 miles of offshore racing to these 12-minute races?
Well, that's a good question. We have the same team on board at the Nord Stream race, the Clubs 150, so we've been sailing together, and that's a key point, I would say.
And it's a pretty risky job at times, being the bowman offshore. Probably not so risky here, but tell us about the difficulties of being the bowman.
Well, it can be big waves, hard wind, so it's quite difficult to stand on the deck when there's a big wave and so on. But you have to grab on to something, and that's the thing.
Emil, introduce me to your teammate on the left. Who's this and what does he do?
This is Victor Mesterton, and he's our tactician.
Victor, tactics pretty difficult here. The start looks really critical. What are your tactics for the final day of racing?
Well, of course, it's a tough competition. We're currently in second place, but it's a really tight competition. We don't have many points to lose before we're out of the top 4, which is the final, and that's of course our goal. But I think the main thing is it's a short course. You have to get a good start. It's not too important to get the right side of the line, but you just have to get off the line at full speed and then start sailing.
And introduce me to the man on your left. Who is he and what does he do?
This is Anton Eklund, and he is our trimmer.
So the trimming really critical for boat speed. And how much are you having to look around you with the wind gusting in from every direction?
it is important to keep your eyes outside the boat to be prepared for the gusts, but that has been the challenging thing inside here. Down at the starting line you can see the gust, but when you're up at the upwind mark you're so close to the shore you won't see them coming, so you just need to be ready to ease or tighten the sheets, and all the time had the discussion inside the boat that what are we doing and what speed do we have.
So there we get an insight into why this team are as good as they are. Lucas, how long have you guys been sailing together?
I think this is our third year together, but before that, I mean, with Anton and Victor I've been sailing my whole life, so we really know each other, and I think that's the key.
Who impresses you of your competition out there? Who do you think you're going to need to watch out for if you're going to win this Sailing Champions League today?
You know, I don't think there's one specific team. Like everyone in the top 10, top 15 still has a chance to climb to the top 4, so we just need to sail our own race and do our best.
Lucas and the rest of Esbo, we wish you the best of luck. We'll see how you go out there in the big wins today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So that was the Finns, who we're going to be watching racing in the next match coming up, and up against them will be the team that's actually leading them in the overall qualifying series at the moment. That's Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, and I also spoke to the skipper of that team earlier, Tom Ruger. We all know that sailing is a very challenging sport, but for some sailors, pronouncing their yacht club is actually more difficult than the sport itself, and that's why I'm speaking to Tom Ruge. Can you just tell me the name of your yacht club, Tom?
Well, it's Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen.
And so, are you allowed to actually become a member if you can't pronounce that, or is that one of the entry points of the club?
No, that's no point at all. You can enter as long as you have fun with sailing. You're always welcome.
Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen. And this is in Switzerland. Which part of Switzerland?
We are located at the Lake of Constance. It's where Germany, Austria and Switzerland meet, and it's the second biggest lake after Lake of Geneva.
Now, when I think of Lake Constance, I think of it as being constantly no wind. And yet you seem to be pretty good in the strong winds as well. So maybe I'm being unfair to Lake Constance, but what makes a good Swiss sailor, would you say?
You're right. We don't have a lot of wind, actually, but we have been sailing so many years now. We have experienced so many strong wind days, not on Lake Constance, but on all different spots all over the world. And I think with that we manage pretty well doing the strong winds as well.
And the Swiss have become a really good sailing nation over the years. And what do you put that down to?
I think sailing, it's different aspects. We had a Lingi, which gave sailing a big push 20 years ago. And now the federation works well, the clubs are working well. We have a lot of keen and ambitious juniors. And that what it makes that Switzerland is sailing good.
And what about your team in particular? How pleased are you with the performance of the team, and what do you think you can achieve today on the final day of the Sailing Champions League final?
Well, I think we have a great team. Everyone is doing a great job on the boat. Everyone knows what to do, and we're looking forward to sail in strong wind conditions today, which is which are good conditions for us. And I have no doubt that the team will do a great job today.
And what makes your team so great? Let's say when things go wrong. I think that's always the test of a good team. So when things go wrong, how do you work your way through it?
Well, I think we are sailing now for 25 years together. Everyone knows the strengths and the weaknesses of each other. And I think the key point in this format is to, even though you have a bad race, to be back, to be ready for the next one. And I think that works pretty well for us.
Well, Tom, it's clearly working out for you and the rest of the Kreuzlingen crew. Let's see how the final day goes for you. Currently at the top of the leaderboard, and you've been in that four-boat final before. I know you're not going to want to share any secrets with the other three teams that end up in there, but what is the key? Is there a mind switch that you have to go through to go into that four-boat final?
First of all, we have to qualify for the grand final, but going into it, I think just enjoy sailing, keep relaxed, and focused as well, and yeah, enjoy sailing. And as long as you have fun, I think the performance will come by itself.
Well, we'll see about that. Tom is obviously enjoying himself. It's working for him and the Kreuzlingen crew. We wish you the best of luck and see if you make that 4-boat final and see where you go from there. Thanks very much, Tom.
Thank you, Andy.
So, the start of race 2 in flight 9, and let's see how Tom Ruger and the rest of the Kreuzlingen... Are you muted? So this is the start of race 2, just happened, flight 9. And Segler, Vereinigung and Kreuzlingen, one of many contenders in here. We're looking at NRV, and now we're on board with Kreuzlingen, Tom Ruger, who we just spoke to. And this is a critical one for him and a number of other teams that really need to book their spot in the 4-boat final. Corky, it's a fairly even start. We've got a lot of contenders still in here. The pin end is not the big advantage that it was the previous day. How do you think the Swiss are getting on so far?
Well, it's going to be a really crucial element now. Now they've taken that first tack and starting to bring themselves back across the course. They're right up on this near port ley line, so this is going to get properly sort of out of control in this bit. When we've got Thomas coming in boat number 3 closest to picture, no right of way being on this port tack, is looking for that gap. Can he cross those first few? But as soon as these boats start to tack in front, all of those opportunities to go going to be tight. So these ones are going to try and squeeze. So that's going to be a tight. There's got to be a penalty there. Look like mark contact. Whether Thomas has been able to squeeze through there, that's going to be a bit tricky. But so again, all of this playing out, everyone pushing the boundaries. We talked about it a little bit earlier about taking those opportunities to try and push, take those advantage, but you've also got to sail cleanly. You've got to be able to get this race done and underway. But look at the top 5 boats, all tightly packed together, one peeling off now. The umpire sort of whizzing through that middle section as if there was something to be discussed or pointed out, but at the moment can't see sort of any penalties being, or the penalty being applied there to Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. They're the ones that have picked up a penalty. You can see doing a penalty turn.
And that could be fatal, that penalty turn for Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. That is going to drop them down out of the potential for getting through to the 4-boat final. They've got a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, Espoo Segelvereinigung doing everything that they need to do to book their spot. They were second going into this race, so if they can come out of this race with the top 3, they have certainly booked their way into the 4-boat final. So we've got boats going different ways out of the leeward gate. This is all happening so thick and fast, but it's Verein Segelhaus and Vamsi at the bottom of our screen going to the left-hand side, and going out the far-hand side, it is Espoo Segelvereinigung leading the way out on the far side.
Well, that was it going into it. Kreuzlingen needed to finish 4th or better in this race to ensure their spot sort of as with the lead and the points gap they had. So at the moment, sitting in 3rd, of course you want to finish as high up as possible, but they still have that little bit of breathing space. Still plenty of race to go, but they know they had that condition, and at the moment, seeing one of obviously the rivals of Norddeutsche Regatta Verein picking up a penalty in that early stages, again, just take some of the heat off. So again, we can see them in the yellow boat with the yellow tracer just sitting below that ley line, coming back across that middle part of the course, just trying to break that little cover from Espoo and allow them to be able to engage. So the lead 2 boats, they'll engage with each other as they come across on this cross. The interesting one will be, will we see sort of Germans that are coming across be able to get any clear traction in front of the Swiss as they go here? So this is going to be the big crossing point here.
It's really important for Verein Segelhaus and Vamsi to get every single point out of this race that they can. They tack to leeward there, so they're being dictated to by the Swiss. Tom Ruger now tacking away, and the Germans immediately responding by tacking back. Does that mean the Germans will be able to control when the Swiss tack back? It could be that they're close enough as they bounce over those waves to be able to dictate when the 2 boats turn back. Meanwhile, Espoo Segelvereinigung manages to shoot the mark, going head to wind to get round, and then gently bearing away, pointing downwind before they start daring to hoist that big blue and white Jenica. And you can see the power hitting the boat as soon as that sail sets. And it is Verein Segelhaus and Vamsi who manages to defend their position from the Swiss, who go around in third place, followed by Brando Seglare from Finland.
So a superb race. All panning out, all the action as you'd expect, thick and fast in this short race course. You can see the leeward gate at the bottom. You can see the distance they've got to go. First jibe coming in, just bringing themselves back across the fleet. Is that because they want to take that left-hand gate mark and they're just trying to be defensive and bring themselves across to it early? Or is it they feel they had that shift and the power to be able to run across in front and take that opportunity to just put a defensive cover jibe in? So it looks like they've gone for that ley line, looking for that side of the race course. Likewise, Thomas and his team on Kreuzlingen following in suit to try and take out towards that right-hand side. But again, we're going to see a clear split coming into this gate. So you can see the team all preparing, ready for this drop. The last thing they need now, they need good boat handling skills, need to get that drop in early. And again, just not make any more mistakes.
Meanwhile, the purple sail drops from Verein Seglerhaus and Vancy as they go round the opposite mark, and they've left it pretty late. Will they be able to get that Jenniker away? Yes, they do. So the helmsman really put them under pressure there. It was a late drop on the German boat, but the Germans managed to get away with that. We're on board with Tom Ruger and the Swiss going out the opposite side. Ruger looking over his shoulder just to get a sense of how he's doing on his side of the course compared with the Germans on the far side. So now it's a matter of which side is going to pay off. Is it going to be out to sea at the top of screen, or is it going to be further into the harbour at the bottom of our screen?
So it's all battles on at the moment. The point's so tight at the top. Every single place, every single point matters. We've got, as I say, people just trying to secure their places. So from this race, we could see 2 more boats secure, and that would only leave 1 slot free for another boat to take. And so all to play for in this race. Every single pass, every single opportunity. Do you go aggressive? Just like we've seen there, the Germans going straight in on top of the Swiss there and forcing that tack back out towards the other side. But what's happening here with these boats 2 and 3 is just giving the Finnish team out the front a little bit of breathing space. They'll just be sat watching this, quite enjoying it in a sense, and kind of just saying we've still got to sail sensibly. But the more the battle goes on behind them, the more the pressure and their focus isn't on them.
Absolutely. So I think second and third have probably given up on being able to beat this boat that's in the lead, Esbos Sailvereinigung from Finland. And my concern for boats 2 and 3 for the Germans and Swiss is that they're doing so much match racing that are they going to open the door for the boats behind them to be able to get back into contention? They need to watch out for that as well. But round come our race leaders from Finland, going for another hoist and another beautiful set, just absolute like clockwork. And if this team goes on into the 4-boat final, which it certainly looks like they will do, they will be a serious contender for winning overall in the Sailing Champions League final later on this afternoon.
And that's it. But for these other 2 boats, this is where the points really matter. So Verein Segelhaus Onesie currently sat in 6th overall, but just off that magic 4 at the moment, and with only sort of 1 place still vying for it. They need every single possible place. When for Kreuzlingen sort of just back in with the yellow Jenica, the 3rd place will still hold them at the top of the table. In currently, as I say, they could finish 4th or better to secure their place, but certainly with this 3rd place, it will still see them qualify in that top spot going into that final 4. So they know that they're trying to push. Obviously, you're never going to let up. You're always going to want that extra place, but they know that if the places stay where they are and they're able to secure this 3rd place, that will be enough to still take that top spot from the qualification.
Right, and we'll talk about the importance of that a little bit later on. Meanwhile, crossing the finish line and booking their place in the 4-boat final is Esbos Segelvereinigung from Finland. Fantastically well sailed by this team, who have also recently won the Nord Stream race. And what a thing it would be if they could win the Sailing Champions League in the same year. But coming across the line, it's actually the Swiss that have moved ahead of the Germans. I didn't see that coming, but the Swiss holding on a little bit longer before their jibe, and the Swiss have moved into 2nd overall. Tom Ruge, he looks like he's celebrating winning the Sailing Champions League final. He's only in the final, but he goes in there as the leading qualifier, with Verein Seglerhaus and Vanzy coming across in 3rd, and Finland's Brando Seglare in 4th. The Turks, first-time Turkish entry, sailing their last race, coming across in 5th. We'll see the Turks back again in future years, that's for sure. But great to see the Turkish sailors here for the first time competing in the Sailing Champions League. And they were only given the call, or they're only invited to come and do this event just over a week ago. So amazing that they've managed to make it at such short notice to Porto Cervo. And still a close race going on at the back, including for Norddeutscher Regatta Verein. They didn't imagine that they would be racing for 6th or 7th place, but that's where they find themselves, up against Asgard Strand Sailverening from Norway, with WSV Giesbeek from the Netherlands bringing up the rear. So, Corky, a bit of a surprise to see Norddeutscher Regatta Verein coming 7th in that race, I believe. It was a photo finish, but I think they ended up 7th. And
well, we saw this sort of yesterday. Did the wheel sort of fall off, did a few things, and there was a few mistakes, a few kind of, there was one that they quite happily own. There was a sort of a penalty applied to him yesterday, but there was also one where a couple of boats bundled in on the mark, and because of that, even though they weren't the ones that actually were penalised for it, were the ones that still suffered from poor positioning from other boats, and because of that poor positioning, that then caused them to have a bad race. And if you kind of look at their results, as of yesterday, they had a 6th, a 7th, they jumped up and had a 3rd, but then we saw that penalty be handed out early at that first mark. As soon as they went round it, they had to take a spin, and that's pushed them right back again. So yeah, real sort of heavy blow for them. I know sort of, say, previous winner, David Chapman and so on, so he was pretty on it and just pretty honest about it. But this is racing. This is the caliber of racing. This is the sailors. Every single race count. Every single point counts. Getting round this race course cleanly without penalties being applied. You can see how tightly packed it is coming into those marks. People pushing all the way because of what matters. It's fantastic racing. But unfortunately, they're not going to be in that 4-boat final.
well, here's a boat that's still hoping to make it in, and that's One Kiel from the city of Kiel in the north of Germany. And they won their previous race, and in fact they won 3 out of their 8 races so far, and they're coming up in the next heat. We spoke to One Kiel a little bit earlier, so let's find out a little bit more about this fairly new yacht club. Most of the yacht clubs involved in the Sailing Champions League are some of the most prestigious, oldest yacht clubs in the whole history of yacht racing. But one of the new ones is One Kiel. And I'm here with the skipper of One Kiel, Ola. Just tell us about the short history of One Kiel, how it came to be and where it's going.
Yeah, so we are from Kiel, and it's the 3rd year now. We started in the 2nd division in the German Sailing League and then qualified for the 1st division. And now we're on the way to hopefully win the title in the 1st division, and then we qualified for the Champions League final. So it's quite a up for us. So
there's a lot of old yacht clubs in the north of Germany. How do they feel about you coming along and stealing their thunder like this?
I think in the first year they didn't have us on the map. And now they knew us, and then we train quite a lot. So, and we're young guys, so we have high expectations, and yeah.
So you obviously got a vision, a goal. Where is One Kiel going? What's the ultimate vision?
We also have a Clubs 150, and then the goal is to build the sailors on the J70, and then get them on the Clubs 150 to sail on the big boat.
So if you win the German League, which you haven't yet done, but you're in a good position to do that in 2021, then of course the prize at the end of that is you get to represent Germany in next year's Nord Stream race. So presumably that's on your calendar for next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so about time Germany won that one as well, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Now, as for today, we're in the finals of the final day of the Sailing Champions League final. How are you doing, and what are your expectations for the day?
And now we're in the 3rd position, and it's super tight racing. It's they're super near in the back, and they're just quite a bit in front, so 3 points to first place. and we just want to think from race to race and qualify us for the final, and then win 2 races, or go in the first position in the final and win 1 race.
So you know how this 4-boat final works. You've sort of just described it just then, but have you been in a 4-boat final before?
Yeah, in the qualifier. Yeah.
And tell us, how do the tactics change compared with the sort of the round robin racing that you've been doing?
Yeah, so you don't try when you're not on the first position. Or if you qualified on the first, then you obviously try to win 1 race. But if you're not qualified in the first position, then you try everything to let the first one not win the first race. So then you can go on and win 2 races, hopefully.
So that means whoever qualifies in first, there's sort of a target on their back from the other 3 boats.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it's whoever crosses the line first in there, well, is first to 2 wins overall. It's a really exciting format. It's really great for us. What's it like for you as the sailors?
I think you can just have fun and try to. It's kind of match racing with 4 boats, and so it's like super tight, super exciting, and it's stressful. But you have to have fun to win the race. So. Just have fun and go fast.
Ollie, thank you very much. We look forward to that stressful fun this afternoon and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So, Corky, Ola and the rest of the One Keel team are coming up in the next race. That's race 3 of Flight 9. That's going to be the final qualification flight that we see today. What do they need to do in terms of what do they need to get out of this race if they're going to make it through to that 4-boat final?
So to completely secure their place and give them a solid no changes can happen, they need to finish in the top 2. So they need to be first or second in this race. And that would secure their place and would mean that no one else can battle for that final spot. So pressure to do that. Obviously, it's not all over if they don't, but it does rely on other teams to then have to dictate how their race goes. So this is their opportunity. If they can take a race win or a second in here, we will see them secure that final 4th spot.
Well, they've got 20 seconds before the start, and they've got YCG Yacht Club Gdansk just to windward of One Keel. So it's One Keel from Germany that we're watching to see if they can secure one of the top spots in this race and book that place in the final.
Tightly packed in with the rest of the boats, creeping up towards the line. They'll be looking for that bit of breathing space when the bows go down.
And there goes the signal. And there's quite a few boats hanging back, so that wasn't the most competitive of starts that we've seen. And let's see who emerges out at the front. It's Yacht Club.
One Keel have done a really nice one. Off the middle of the line, they were one that accelerated early. So we can see just down towards us, the Yacht Club de Cherbourg. They came off nicely from the pin, then just up in the middle, One Keel. So both very, very good starts for them, gave them that opportunity, and exactly that. People got nervous of the line, they hung back a bit, late acceleration on, whether hadn't gauged with the conditions and where that line was, whether a transit hadn't been taken and they were able to line it up properly, and it presented this opportunity. So now these guys, I'd look to see them trying to maybe go into a slightly high mode now just to clear that space to when they want to tack, but they don't want to be dictated to when that tack comes in.
So at the moment, it looks like the battle for the lead is between Germany in the middle of the picture and the French just on the left, who look like they've suddenly gone through a big wind change, suddenly had to massively change direction. It headed for them, and that means maybe the French are going into attack, and it looks like they think they can tack and cross, but meanwhile the rest of the fleet have tacked as well. So that was a big wind shift that the whole fleet has now responded to. So it's still a battle between the French on the right and Germany on the left. And remember, it's Germany in the green boat on the left-hand side that we're watching. They need to finish in the top 2 to make sure that they retain control of their ability to go through to the 4-boat final. But they're very close on ley line with that wind shift, and so just like we saw in the previous race, this could get really congested at the windward mark.
Yeah, they've slotted in really nicely at that top mark and are going to lead here around that mark. So they've managed to get that gap when you can see the big bear away from the French team to try and identify that gap. So that's the dangers of coming in on that port. If you get a clear run, that set them up really beautifully up round. Good hoist, and they've escaped away from this bundle that's unfolding behind them.
So Sweden around in second, the French around in third, and then it's YCG from Poland round in fourth place. So Halmstad Sällskap, that's from the team from Sweden. Not a contender for going through to the four-boat final. The boat that needs to get a good result is the one that we're looking at here. They've moved into the lead and they're stretching their legs. That's one keel, and they look like they're well on their way to booking their spot towards that final.
Well, again, short race course. You'll likely see them go down towards that right-hand gate mark as we look at it from this aerial view and protect that sort of right side. And again, in this lead spot, it's not a matter of how far you win in front. Obviously, it gives you a nice feeling, but the key thing is just keeping everyone behind. Keep yourself between your competitors and the next mark. So they'll be just solely watching on the Swedes behind, who, as you can see, there's not a lot of gap, sort of under 20 metres and closing on these drops now. So from that, there'll be a little bit more sort of control, a bit more of a defensive sail. They'll still be going out, sailing the boat fast, but I feel that if you see those Swedes tack away, start to try and go for a clearer line, you might see one keel going with this and just protecting their asset.
Well, let's see what Germany does with Sweden on the far side. We see Poland coming around on the near side. They've just gone out of picture. We're looking at the Germans on the Swedes on the left of picture. And that's the fleet marching out to the right-hand side with only Poland going out to the left right now. So most of the fleet favouring the seaward side of the race course, which is making life very straightforward for one keel to be able to defend their lead as they tack in close to the rocks on the Costa Smeralda. You do not want to be hitting those rocks because there is absolutely no give in that beautiful landscape round here. It is literally as hard as rock.
So nice little tack. Again, this racetrack becoming that sort of dominant side over towards that right, just being able to sail that right shift. Breeze comes whistling in through the entrance of the harbour there, and so they tack into that sort of fresh breeze. And again, if your competitor is quite happy just to follow behind, tread the same line as you, then from that side, it all comes down to speed and also boat handling. That would see a place change. Otherwise, if the only way to create any sort of other advantage is by creating some separation, by entering a different sort of wind phase, getting a different shift, a different pressure, that would enable it. So at the moment, this is all playing out nicely for one keel.
Looking fairly controlled as they go round, and a very, very slick hoist there, getting that kite set straight away as they turn around the mark. Let's see if we can see similar performance from Halmstad from Sweden. Almost as good, not quite as good as the Germans, the Swedish hoist. Round come the poles, so going round the far mark didn't do them any harm. The Polish team in third place and looking pretty solid in front of the next two boats coming around. That's Segelclub Matze from Austria and Yacht Club de Cherbourg. They've not had such a good race after vying for the lead in the early stages. The French now back in fourth or fifth place.
Well, that all came down to that first windward mark approached on port. One keel nipped in front of everybody and found that gap for the French team from Cherbourg. Came towards it, struggled to find that gap. Big bear away, tried to sort of handbrake it into a turn, and suddenly that's where they got drawn down into it. So it works well if you can approach on port and you've got that clear gap, but as soon as that gap doesn't exist, it makes it very difficult. But the Swedes really trying to make a move on one keel at the moment. Look like they've found a little bit more breeze. Camera angle can be a bit deceiving here and so on, so it's hard to kind of make this as a complete call, but it does look like the Swedes might have just had that run of a bit of extra pressure down into the same mark.
It certainly does look that way. It's going to be really tight on this rounding now, but it looks like Sweden is the team that has now claimed the opportunity to go round the inside of the Germans and, well, caught the Germans asleep a little bit, I wonder.
Yeah, and look just right behind as well. Yacht Club Gdansk, the Polish team now round as well and right on their heels. So again, this is now going to become a pressured situation. So the Swedes found a little bit of pressure on that downwind leg. They took that slightly higher angle, but because that extra pressure allowed them to dial that bow down, sail that slightly lower angle into that mark. So now 1 Kiel have got to be very, very aware of the Polish team just behind them. They're breathing down their neck. It's one of those opportunities where they want to still attack the Swedes, but now they're in that being torn in both directions. They've got to defend behind them with the Polish as they come across here. This is going to be your first sort of crossing moment here. So we see the Polish just ducking down behind. So you can see how close it is. The Polish, as they came round behind that the leeward gate, were just behind them. That time, they had to take a duck. So they are eating away at this. We've talked about this at the moment, is that 1 Kiel need to finish first or second to cement their make it basically a solid sort of bid and keep that solid in that top 4.
They are losing control of their certain position of going through into the top 4 final. They're now falling into that position where they might start to be at the mercy of what other teams do in the final leg. And they've really lost out by not going further out to sea like the Swedish have done, where they've found a much better lift. And the Germans having to do a lot of manoeuvres here in the middle of the race course, which has really given away a lot of distance. But it may mean that they have regained control at least over second place. They can't afford to give away second place, the Germans. They really need to stay ahead of the Polish team as they come into this windward mark for the final time. Going round the top mark for the final time in the lead is Halmstad from Sweden. And then close around, it is the Germans who are just ahead of the Poles. But we saw the Germans give away a space in the last leg. The Poles set that kite and they are not in a good position to attack the Germans.
1 Kiel are going to have no wind underneath there. You can see problems with the kite, and it looks like a penalty being handed out to 1 Kiel as well.
Oh, how did that happen?
And with the who's that? We can see the Dutch team here just tucking right behind as well. This has unravelled super fast right now, from going from that sort of rounding in second place to now picking up that penalty and finding themselves right in at the back of the fleet now.
Oh, this is absolute disaster zone for 1 Kiel. 1 Kiel were number 1 in this race for so long. The Swedes overtook them towards the bottom of the second leg, and now this penalty at the top of the final run to the finish has dropped them from 2nd to 5th, and now they tumble out of the top 4 standings overall. And this is the boat that's going to end up stealing German thunder. It's the Swedes who cross the line, Halmstad Segelsällskap, who will cross the line and win the race for the honour of winning that race. They're not going to go through to the final, but well done to the Swedes for winning this race. Yacht Club Gdansk crossing in second. WSV Almere Centraal from the Netherlands. I think it's the first time we mentioned them in this race. They end up crossing the line in third. 1 Kiel, where are they going to be able to finish? Let's see if they can get across in 4th place. They're being chased all the way by Segel Club Metze from Austria. Just about hold on to that 1 Kiel for 4th place, but what a disappointing finish to their qualifying series for 1 Kiel. Yacht Club de Cherbourg also were vying for the lead early on in that race and ended up crossing in 6th place. So disappointing for the French as well, but
that has shaken it completely up now. So, as we were saying, that 1 Kiel finishing in that top 2 would have secured the top 4. And even with this last race of this flight finishing up, there was opportunity. There is one other team that potentially could steal that, and that's Flensburger Seagull Club. And they were the ones that have basically been just watching that race with open eyes. Can something happen? This is our opportunity. They will have just been watching 1 Kiel at the front of that fleet going, that's it. No matter whether we go out and win this race, it's still not an opportunity. Watching that penalty come in, it has now created a 2-point sort of gap between those 2 German teams. So Flensburger Seagull Club on 24 points, 1 Kiel on 26. But Flensburger Seagull Club have not raced yet. So they need to finish in the top 2. Exactly the same as what just one Kiel had to. If they finish after that, it will go to one Kiel in that final spot. If not, Flensburger Seagull Club will take that spot. So they need to finish in the top 2 to secure that 4th spot.
And you can imagine that if there was anybody cheering the demise of that German team in that race, it was the other German team lining up for the following race, Flensburger Seagull Club, that would be putting a hex on their compatriots and wishing that one Kiel would drop back down the standings, which is what happened. I might be putting thoughts into their mind. They might not be thinking as maliciously as that, Corky, but the demise of one Kiel in that race does open the door of opportunity for Flensburger Seagull Club.
Well, at the end of it, we see the teams all socialise. It's a really nice camaraderie spirit between all the teams, helping each other out and so on. But at the end of the day, you go on that water, they're a competitor. That's it. You have an opportunity to get into this Final Four. That is what all the teams have been vying for, knowing that if they get into that Final Four, they can put themselves into this final race and give themselves an opportunity of being crowned champion. And at the end of the day, yes, there are several German teams out there. You are going to certainly be the one that wants to be in that final and be the one that takes that crown. So however it got handed out, that penalty on that final last mark showed it can quite happily just turn everything upside down. But exciting last race now because of it.
Well, so we go from the sea briefly to go over land, and we'll just look at how Corky gets himself about when he's at home around his large farm in the West Country. So a short Land Rover break, and we'll be back with you soon.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
Well, that is a good-looking vehicle, isn't it, Corky?
Well, as you could see, my farm was looking very pristine.
Well, we're back on the water for what will be the final qualifying race of Flight 9, and Corky and I have been getting very excited about the possibilities. Potentially, Corky, there was nothing for us to talk about in this last race in terms of who would get through to the Final Four, because one Kiel had that previous race in the bag. I mean, once one Kiel get in the front, then no one's going to overtake them, but they did, and then the wheels really fell off, didn't it, after that?
That's it. This is racing. We could have just been looking at this race and watching some great sailors race, but with no specific outcome that could offer them an opportunity that was going to inflict sort of any change in that leaderboard. But now it's all opened up, and it shows. It's cliche to say where actually the race isn't over until you've got across that line. They were coming into that, slowly started to get eaten back at by the other boats, and got caught up into a little bit of trouble. A penalty handed out, and suddenly this has now opened the door for this other team, Flensburger Seagull Club. They have now got everything on their shoulders. It's a lot of pressure, but it's an opportunity that might not have even existed. So they are going to thrive to know that there's this opportunity to put themselves in that Final Four.
Well, we've got 2 minutes to the start, and the boat to watch out for is number 4. Boat number 4 is Flensburger Seagull Club. They need to finish in the top 2 of this race if they are going to make sure that they get into the 4-boat final. Otherwise, it will be the team that just made a bit of a mess of it, one Kiel, that gets a reprieve and gets that final spot. So we're on board with Flensburger Seagull Club at the moment, and that team is made up of Gordon Nickel, Nils Druniok, Tobias Konau and Cedric Menzel. And I was speaking to Gordon yesterday. He was a big fan of getting out to sea. He's been pushing to get the boats out on the big wide ocean. Well, that dream hasn't come true for him, but Gordon will be focused on doing what he can on the flat water of Porto Cervo harbour with just over 1 minute to go. And the boats he's up against: in Boat 2, Kieler Yacht Club, also from Germany. In Boat 3, Zidart Sailing Team. In Boat 4, is Flensburger Sailing Club. Boat 5 is Regatta Club Oberhofen. Boat 6, Lanzarote RCN Arrecife, the only team from Spain. And boat 7, Bandholm Sail Club. Boat 8 is Ålandska Segelsällskapet from Finland. 45 seconds to go. Pattern will be starting to emerge. It was not the most competitive of starts that we saw in the previous race, Corky. Boats seem like they're hanging back a little bit more in this stronger breeze.
Yeah, they're just trying to gauge that sort of time and distance to the line, when to sheet on. Obviously, we're seeing all the jibs out all the time now, rather than actually sort of having them furled up. Only one, 2 boats sort of further up in the middle of the course still applying that tactic. But again, keeping the boats moving, okay? There's going to be more the issue of accelerating it too early, and that's why I think people are just holding back. Certainly with this 10 seconds to go, they want that extra bit of runway to accelerate into.
There's a couple of boats up there high on the ley line for the starboard end. They're going to have to queue and wait to find their spot. But I think it was a pretty good start for Flensburger Sail Club at the top end of the course. That's the green boat poking its nose out at the top, and you can see 2 boats behind them already. One tacking away very early, trying to find some clear air. There goes the other one. So some fairly poor starts from the boats at the starboard end, except for that boat that we're watching, Flensburger Sail Club, which in the early stages seems to be in a position where it could finish in the top 3 of this race right now.
It's in a commanding position, just up on the right hip of the other 4 boats to leeward, still heading out towards that left-hand side. The hardest bit is when people start to try and drop into this high mode, start to try and shuffle people off. The trickiest bit is that if they do, and they've just seen just tacking out now, that's trying to get back over towards that right, so they're not finding themselves coming back on this port. It's something, again, we talk about risk and reward. How much risk is it and for how much reward? Well, coming in on this port lay, it's a big risk. Is there a gap? This is the final race. This is where things could all change. So you've got to go out. You've got to put everything on the line to try and get that position. But if it ends up spinning the opposite way and the risk outweighs it and you end up not finding that gap, you can end up putting yourself in a lot trickier position. So they're leading the group back out towards the right. They'll be looking to try and get a right tack in quite soon. And the worry is, as these boats come in from the port, if they do have space, they will tack straight in front of them, and that will obviously provide dirty air and not a great runway into it. So you can see they've gone a little bit further, going into attack now after that wash of that rib. Here come 3 boats. It looks like these 3 are going to be able to squeeze in, so the pressure's firmly on.
So Yacht Club Costa Smeralda on the left of this first 3. They're going to have to luff but wait for Kieler Yacht Club to go round. So it's the Germans from Kiel going round in first, followed by the Italians from the local host club, and going round boat number 5, Regatta Club Oberhofen, and going round in 5th place, not good enough right now, Flensburger Sail Club. So Flensburger have a lot to do if they're going to overtake one Kiel to get that final spot in the 4-boat final. Let's see what boat number 4 can achieve. It's got 4 boats in front of it. Which of those boats can boat number 4 get past?
Soaking low to try and give themselves a bit of a position for that early jibe, and they'll look to take that jibe and attack the other boats. Got a nice inside line on boat number 3, so I don't think that's going to be a major worry unless they were really keen to take that right-hand mark. I think a lot of these you'll see peel out and go towards that left-hand mark on that right side. Here comes the first of the jibes. Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda now taking that jibe and looking towards that left-hand mark. Kieler Yacht Club likewise mirroring that to give themselves the control into this gate mark, but decisions of where they want to be coming. So you can see them taking this right mark. Yacht Club Esmeralda also doing likewise the same thing, so they all want it. Now this is going to create a bit of a bundle. If I was Flensburger Sail Club, I'd be looking towards the other mark. Keep that speed on, not get involved in this bundle, which is exactly what they've done. Create that separation. There's a lot of noise and a lot of traffic around this bottom mark. By clearing out and just getting that clearer run, it sets them up with a possible opportunity to make a gain here.
Yeah, this could be the moment of opportunity for Flensburger. They might as well break away to the far side. That's who we're on board with now. They're the first boat round this right-hand mark. They're not leading this race, but they have clear air, whereas there is a real battle going on between these 4 boats that rounded the far side. So now the opportunity is there for Flensburger. Currently in 6th place, or maybe up to 3rd. It's jumping around a little bit. Let's see what they can make of that far right-hand side of the race course.
Looking at the breeze at the moment, I'd say it's all looking quite nice. They're on the right tack, sort of having this port tack is definitely the one to be on. They'll now be looking for that shift coming in on that right-hand side. We've seen it come in, but we've also seen that breeze go slightly soft around that corner until you just poke your nose out round that headland, access that little bit of extra breeze coming in through the harbour, and that's when it then starts to launch across. So this is going to be a real telltale sign, but that was an opportunity that needed to be taken. And here they go, coming in on that far right side on the green trail. It looks like it's all worked out really nicely.
Wow, so Flensburger Segel Club was sort of forced away to the far side of the course. They didn't have a decent tactical opportunity to do anything else, but it's put them into a great situation where now they could be vying for the lead again. That's what the leaderboard is telling us. I think it's a little bit too early to say that for sure, but certainly they are right back in the fight again and in with the chance of winning this race, which is critical for them.
Well, they're the one just on the lay now, so Keelan Yacht Club are going to have to take this tack. They're going to have to go behind them. There's no chance they're going to be able to squeeze that tack, so they will lead into this mark, and that all came about taking that other mark and just keeping yourself out of that traffic.
So we've seen one German team go from last to fourth in the previous race. We've seen a team go from fifth up to first in this race. Will the Germans be able to hold on to that advantage? They've actually now got a pretty decent lead, and that extra couple of tacks for Kieler Yacht Club has really big broach there, big broach by the blue boat. That's Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Suddenly the Italians lost control in their home waters, and another broach for boat number 4, that's Lanzarote Arrecife, I think, so suddenly the gust is really hitting this windward mark area, and that's all playing into the hands of the green boat in front. That's the Germans, Flensburger Segel Club, safely through that jibe. Everyone will be a little bit, they'll be a little bit concerned about this next jibe, Corky. They've just been caught out on the hoist. These boats can tip over really quickly and really easily.
Yeah, the big thing is that kite. As soon as that kite goes up, if the crew's not eased it, the helm's not communicating, there's a big breakdown onside. You're trying to look forward, you're trying to look around and see other boats, and it just only needs that one big gust to kind of push it off. Really interesting, the separation. They've decided to take this mark now when they made the gains from the other. So the interest will be whether they go round this mark, position themselves up, and then basically quite early on, once they've cleared these other boats coming into this leeward mark, take that tack to just secure their place, bring themselves back towards that middle part of the fleet.
And suddenly there's a lot for the boats to do. Some of them have overlaid the ley line, and it's absolute carnage going round this leeward mark. They're barely in control of the boats, getting their kites away far too late. And it's a real mess for these boats that we're looking at now. They're just about managing to retain control. But that will again have played into the hands of the race leader that already got around that mark in good control. So Flensburger Segel Club now stretching away to a 40-metre lead over the next boat, which is now the Russians.
And that's it. It's again just, if you can put yourself at the front, just keep yourself clean. As soon as you're in any sort of traffic, any bundle, you're then slightly dictated by how someone else sails. That broach came on, and all it does was we saw boats, the Keeler Yacht Club, try and squeeze and shoot the mark. One other boat just trying to sail around the outside. But again, you are stuck there until they bear away. And as soon as they bore away, it's them flat out trying to pull that kite up. That kite suddenly just powers up if you're not ready for it. With the power in the rig on it, doesn't matter how much righting motion you've got, there's only one direction that boat's going to spin up until that power is reduced.
So it'd be lovely to see a bit of that stuff in the 4-boat final coming up later on this afternoon. This is really turning out to be a test of boat handling as well as tactics. But at the moment, the boat that's got the best balance of all those requisite skills is Flensburger Segel Club. They have sailed a masterful race after coming back from 5th place, going round the opposite side of the racetrack on lap 2. That put them into the lead, and now on lap 3, on their final approach to their last windward mark of their qualifying series, the Germans hold a commanding lead, but they know that there is a big manoeuvre here to do, which they cannot afford to do a broach. They've got to keep the boat underneath the mast. They set the kite, do it pretty gingerly, and actually there's not a lot of wind right now, so that
softened at that point for them. So again, but this must be, you know, we talked about it a little bit about being stuck on shore and the mentality and keeping yourself in the game. They will have just sat watching this other race, watching one keel out in front in that last race, going, okay, guys, well, we've got a race to do, but we're going to pack our bags and go home. Now, they had this opportunity, and straight away from the get-go, they came off it, and suddenly we're back in 5th place and all the work to do. It's now played out in front. They've got a nice, comfortable lead. They know they've got one more manoeuvre, which is this jibe and that run into the finish. You can see the bowman go up, get that positioning, taking their time through. No fancy stuff, just got to flatten it out, then ease to the kite, power comes back in. So now it's just a straight run through to the finish, and this will secure their place in that final 4.
They've still got a lot on. Their boat's going really fast into the finish. They've slightly overstood the ley line, but it's not going to matter because they've got that kite under control, and they cross the line a full 70 metres ahead. And what an amazing comeback for Flensburger Segel Club, booking their place in the 4-boat final when at one point it really didn't look very likely at all. So congratulations to Gordon Nickel, Nils Druniok, Tobias Konov and Cedric Menzel.
And there was no reaction on board. Do they know? That's the kind of question. So, the points were so tight. Potentially they didn't know when they were going out on the water because they were on the rib waiting to swap boats. Did they know about that? We'll find out.
Lanzarote from Spain across in 2nd place. So much place changing going on behind the Germans. Who's going to get 3rd across the line? It looks like it's going to be the Russian boat, the yellow on the right-hand side. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda recovering from that broach to finish 4th. Kieler Yacht Club leading that race in the early stages, ended up only 5th. Orlandska Segel Salskapet from Finland across in 6th. Regatta Club Oberhofen, the young team from Switzerland, in 7th. And Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark in 8th place. But, as you say, Corky, the Flensburger even know that they have made a place into the 4-boat final.
Well, we're sat here with all of the analytics and in live leaderboards in front of us that help us tell us. They were sat on the rib waiting to transfer straight into their boat, so they might not have had knowledge of that. They just knew that potentially there might still be an opportunity. What the points were, they won't know, and so when they came across, there was no reaction, no celebration, so it sort of might now, off camera, suddenly have all kicked in and someone's come up and given them the heads up that that's it, you're in this final 4, and what an opportunity.
So that is the standings at the end of qualifying, and so now we know that the 4 boats that are going through, the 4 teams, are going to be Segler Vereinigung and Kreuzlingen with 21 points, 2 points ahead of Esbo Segelverening from Finland. In 3rd, Royal Danish Yacht Club on 24 points, and then stealing their way into the final with that race win just now are the Germans, Flensburger Segel Club, who displaced the other Germans, one Kiel, who will be kicking themselves for dropping down to 4th place. But we now hear that we will actually sail flight 10. We thought we had run out of time to be able to sail another flight, but it sounds like we're going to try and squeeze another flight in. So a reprieve for one Kiel. Maybe they get another opportunity to come in and do the competition.
Well, even looking at that, though, you look at how tight those points are, sort of all the way down to your 6th place. There is a single point just jumping on every single bit, and that's what shows that coming off that start line, being able to put yourself in that top position, everything still is all to play for. Sort of if you're going out and you're racing 8 other boats, that's how quickly we just add 8 points to some of those final results. And that could be where it could sit you. So we could still see a vast change. We can see a strong German contingency in 4th, 5th and 6th, all chomping at the bit for that final place. At the moment, there is one German team in that final 4 at the moment, as we've currently got it. 4 nations, 4 separate nations. That would be a great final to have. But again, all could still change. We've still got, I say, in 7th, Lanzarote. Okay, a little bit more work to do with those points, and same with the Italians, Aeronautica Militaire. But again, anything's possible. We've seen people lead from the beginning part of the race to finishing up at the back of it by picking up a penalty. That could simply be the case.
So they've got to get their game faces back on again for Flight 10. And the sailors just getting their heads together, ready for the beginning of that next flight. One of the teams that is here for the first time, well, a nation that is here for the first time and being represented by the team that only came out here with just about a week's notice. They're from Heybeliada su Sporiari Kulubu, and they are based in one of the islands just off the coast from Istanbul. So I spoke to them earlier, to Saruhan and the rest of the Turkish crew. I got their impressions of racing in the Sailing Champions League for the first time. I'm with Saruhan, who is skipper of the first ever Turkish team that has ever competed in the Sailing Champions League final. Saruhan, welcome, and it must make you really proud that you are the first ever Turkish representatives.
Yes, this is our first time to participate this event. First of all, I want to say thank you to Sailing Champions League organization to invite us to Porto Cervo, the final races. It's a big honor to be there, race in Porto Cervo with the very good sailors in the same course area. It's a big honor to us.
The whole way that the league was built up was a little bit like football leagues, so that it was easy to understand. So in Germany, for example, they have different clubs competing in Division 1 or Division 2, and then the best teams come through to compete in the Champions League final, just like in football. Yeah. Just tell us, is this a vision that you think can happen for Turkey?
Yes, in Turkey we have lots of sailing clubs, also sports boats in the Turkey. I am the president of the sports boat organization, and the main topic is you have to be same club in the same boat. So it's a new organization, but we can handle it very easily in our country, and many clubs promote to sailors to race in the same boat and the same athletes. So it's easy to us to organize it.
The great thing is you don't need to own a boat either. You turn up, you pay your entry fee, and you start racing. So very attractive even if you don't own a boat, right?
Yeah, right. We get the invitation about 1 week ago, so we can organize it very easily. If we bring to our boat, it's not
possible.
Yeah, it's not possible. So it's a very good organization for the clubs and sailors.
So here we are in Porto Cervo, one of the most prestigious yacht clubs, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. But how many years before we see Sailing Champions League final in Turkey?
Maybe next year.
I love your ambition.
Yeah, we have a very good sailing areas in our country, maybe you know. So maybe next year.
I love that idea. Why not? Why not? Saruhan and the rest of the Turkish crew, thank you so much for coming here, and we wish you the best of luck with the rest of the regatta.
Thank you very much for inviting us.
10 seconds, 5 seconds to the start. So here we go. There's a lot to talk about in this race. They launch off the line, and it's boat 4 that gets a great start off the left-hand end. And who's boat 4? It's Flensburger Segel Club, winner of the previous race, and they are doing everything they need to do. They've picked up right where they've left off in the previous race, Corky, and what they need to do is beat the boat One Keel that's also in this race as well. So from having a race in separate flights, separate races, now they are head-to-head.
Yeah, well, we've got 3 teams that we really need to keep focused. Had that right to the battle where we believed that sort of Flight 9 was going to be end of it, but Flight 10, this is now given that opportunity again. We also have Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, again, the overall leaders so far going into this. Again, this is their opportunity to, are they able to hold on to that top spot? We're going to find out.
Well, that left-hand shift has played nicely into the hands of Flensburger Sailing Club. It bounced the 2 boats on their right-hand side off onto Port Tack. It's such a big shift that the whole fleet decides there's no choice other than to be on Port Tack. And now boat number 4, Flensburger, needs to make hay and get across the rest of the fleet as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so we can see the Kreuzlingen just going for that tack. That's the yellow boat just at the top, but they're going to have at least 4 boats cross in front of them and probably provide them dirty air, give them a bad lane. So they've got some work to do to try and climb back up. But Flensburger here, dropping back on the hip of boat number 1, sort of just up in front. They can get their tack in clearly. It's not going to give them boat number 4 any space. They're going to have to duck, squeeze round behind and roll straight into that tack. But there's not a lot of space here.
And so that's Sport Alges e de Fundo from Portugal going round in the lead. We don't see that very often, so the Portuguese showing the rest of the fleet the way round at the moment, but Flensburger Segel Club from a dicey position still manages to rescue second around that mark, and importantly for them, they are ahead of one Kiel, and also further back Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen. The Swiss also need to get a good score in this race to maintain their position in the opportunity to get in the four-boat final.
And they're all here. So Yellow Spinnaker is of Kreuzlingen looking for that early jibe and to try and cover that group coming down. We've got Flensburger Sealing Club, let's say, just keeping an eye on those boats, taking that peel out early. So a big sort of opportunity now for these boats. Now these jibes are going to come in. We've seen how shifty that breeze is and the movement that these misjudgments of the ley line. This could be absolutely vital. This jibe now going in.
So Flensburger Segel Club,
they're in a lot of trouble, I reckon. I reckon they've dropped themselves quite severely. They've misjudged that ley line. They've had to be pinned there by this by Brando Sigler coming in on the red boat. So Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda taking the lead now round that other mark, but all to do. So Flensburger back down to fourth place.
And a really good game by Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen up into second. They were in fourth, and now the Swiss take advantage of all that confusion on the first downwind, and the Swiss back up into second place, and one Kiel have now moved ahead of Flensburger Segel Club. So there is a lot going on in this race, and we're still only into the beginning of lap 2 of this 3-lap race. There we see the two German contenders. Very likely that only one or the other of these two will make it through to the four-boat final. Flensburger forced to tack away. How long will it be before one Kiel tacks with them? There they go on the left of our picture. Look at the breeze further out to sea, Corky. A lot more wind out there.
That darker patch just sort of up in that top right corner, definitely sort of going to pay endlessly for that boat over towards that right-hand side. You can see them suddenly accelerating away, a slightly higher angle as well. And that's going to give a great opportunity for Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda and also Kreuzlingen. They both went out early towards that right side. Those are going to be your lead two boats and probably extend out with that little bit of extra breeze. There we can see the blue and the yellow traces as they come up towards that top mark.
Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda leading on home waters and quite comfortably right now. But the battle that we're more interested in is between second, third and fourth in this race right now. That's between the Swiss and the two Germans, Flensburger and one Kiel. And the points between those three teams are absolutely critical. This is flight 10. We believe this will be the final flight of qualifying before the four-boat final. And we could be looking at 3 of those boats in the four-boat final from this single race one right now.
Well, to bring that up, though, Flensburger Seagull Club and one Kiel are battling it out. And again, if their fight continues and drags them anywhere further down the line, what it has jumped is it has jumped up one further team that haven't raced yet, but it would give them the opportunity of potentially, if they won or came second in their flight, the opportunity for them to leapfrog both of those teams. So it's not a matter of these guys just going completely blinkered at each other. If they get too stuck in on each other, they still need to ideally try and finish in one of those top 2 spots, but it's going to be pretty hard going.
What's quite likely, I think, Corky, is whichever of these German boats finishes behind the other is probably not going to go through to the four-boat final. There's not going to be enough room in that final for one Kiel and Flensburger to go through. If Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen can stay in second, the Swiss have pretty much confirmed their spot into the final, and they may even still manage to go through in first place overall, and the significance of that we'll talk about later. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda coming in with a clean pair of heels to the bottom mark for the second time round. No one really challenging the Italians at the moment, but a bit of a slow drop for them actually. Will the Swiss be able to close the gap on the Italians? The breeze has really softened now, so a bit of a drift in towards the leeward mark, but still the Swiss holding on to second place. That's important for them, and now the battle is between one Kiel and Flensburger for third.
And the separation for them at the gate, so you can see different tactics being applied. So one German team taking this bottom mark. Here we go.
And I think there's going to be more breeze out to sea again. That would be my feeling. It's based on nothing other than what we saw on the previous lap, and it could all change.
Well, there's definitely this nice left lift that comes in. Looking up there looked like there was pressure towards that left-hand side. It looked quite steady, but there still is that slightly darkened patch of that breeze coming through the entrance of the harbour, which is what you'd expect. It's pushing through, it's funneling through that entrance. Are they able to tap into it? But here we're going to have that big separation. This is something that you're going to have to do. This is your leg 5, your penultimate lap. You've got one downwind leg still to go. This is where you've got to go for it. This is where the call's made from that tactician. This is, we're going off what we're seeing from the information here, but they will be also doing it in the boat, as well as trying to trim the boat, as well as taking everything around them. And this is going to be the deciding factor, whether this side is they're going to give any breeze out towards this left side, or whether it's going to stay in on that right.
Moment of truth for One Keel, tacking on the left-hand side. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to challenge the Swiss for second place, but it does look like One Keel are looking good on Flensburger Sail Club as the two Germans are on converging courses. It looks as though the advantage will fall to One Keel on the left-hand side, but that's on the right-hand side of our picture right now.
Neck and neck coming in, and speeds very similar, just over 6.5 knots on both of them. So the speed's very similar, which indicates they're in similar breeze as well. So there isn't any defining side of that.
Yacht Club Costa Smeralda round the top mark, final time. Swiss tacking in, not much breeze up at the top there, still in second. And then we'll see how
Flensburger have just crossed in front of One Keel. So that brings this to your top 3 as you're coming in round that top mark now.
So the Swiss round in second, Flensburger round in third, One Keel round in fourth. Things are getting desperate for One Keel. They're going to need to overtake at least one boat to stay in that 4-boat final.
But this downwind leg, we've seen time and time again, is an opportunity where someone just jibes early, gets that extra bit of breeze. They're going for that jibe early. One Keel have gone for it to see if they can access just that extra bit of gust, that one little gust that will send them forward. Looks nice. They've come straight up onto the plane on that side. Looking at boat speed, they've suddenly picked up the speed up to 7, 8, 9 knots, now up to 10. So they've accessed, and they're actually going quite a bit quicker than Flensburg Seagull Club, who have taken themselves quite low.
I agree. I think Flensburger maybe have jibed a little bit too late, but Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, an easy win for them in the end. Let's see if the German boat, the green boat down here, Flensburger, can come in with speed, or will One Keel be able to overtake them from the far side? It's still very close. Sailor Vereinigen are going to take second. That's going to be enough to keep them in the 4-boat
One
final.
Keel, a great gust coming into that. That looks like they're going to nip right to the line.
It looks like Flensburger just take it, but One Keel did everything they could there. It looks like it wasn't quite enough, but that was a great move by One Keel. They started to have to roll the dice on that final downwind leg. They did. It didn't quite work out for them. So One Keel, that's not going to be enough to see them through to the final. I'm pretty sure of that. But Flensburger, they are probably on the cusp. We'll look at the details of that in a moment. Sport Algese de Fundo from Portugal finished 5th across the line. Yacht Club de Cherbourg from France in 6th. And Brando Seglari in 7th from Finland. So an exciting opener to Flight 10. And we're going to see at least one, if not two, boats go through from that race into the 4-boat final.
So now the leaderboard all looking very interesting. So there are still 3 boats still to race that are in those current top 4 positions, and that's why it's slightly skewed a little bit, because they obviously haven't raced, so they haven't picked up even a single point, even if they won it. So if we look at position number 4, 27 points to position number 5. So if they won that race and put themselves on level points, they would still have an opportunity. But again, we don't know how the rest of the race is going. The Royal Danish Yacht Club, we can see, have got a couple of points at hand, but if their race didn't go as well, that could slide them totally out of that top 4 and open up another place to one to bump up. So there's still quite a lot of movement still in that leaderboard.
There is. One Keel, it looks too tough. It's probably mathematically possible for One Keel still to get through, but I don't see it. But for Flensburger, very much, they're still in the hunt, but they are going to be watching intently to see the progress of Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee, and the Germans will be wishing ill on each other because there's just not enough room in this four-boat final for those three German teams. Esbo Segelvereinigung, well, they would have to have an absolute disaster to fall out of the overall standings for the top four. It's possible, but I don't see the Finns doing that. Kreuzlingen at the moment are the only team that know for sure that they're into the four-boat final.
And they will lead the overall leaderboard into that as well, but even with everyone else racing, they will still stand 1 point higher than anybody else. So even if Esbo were to go and win that final race, it would put them 1 point behind. So again, a superb race. They held their nerve, and you just look at those last three races, 1, 2, 2. That's exactly what you need when the pressure mounts.
Yeah, and the pressure was on them to come back from 5th place in that race, and Tom Ruger and the crew rose to the occasion and a very solid 2nd place across the finish line. Corky, just tell us about the significance of the Swiss going through as first qualifier into the four-boat final.
So it's all about trying to get into this four-boat final because that's the only opportunity you've got of coming away as a champion. But as a reward for completing and leading and winning the qualification stages of all the flights, you will go in with 1 extra point. And so how it works out is that it's the first boat with 2 wins in that final 4. So if you go in as the lead boat of after all of the 10 flights, then it's an opportunity that you've already got one of those race wins. So we could see if the Swiss went out and won that next race, or in that final 4, won the first race in that final 4, they I could actually say it in a minute, is secure the top spot straight away with that 2nd win. But if they don't, what it does do though, going into that final, it does put a target on their back for all the other 3 boats because it gives them an opportunity to come back at them.
That's the thing. I mean, the other 3 will all know that Kreuzlingen are already 1 point to the good for winning qualifying, and the last thing they want to allow is for them, the Swiss, to win that first race of the four-boat final. So an element of match racing comes into play where the other kids in the playground potentially are going to pick on you because you got the advantage going into that first race of the four-boat final. So it's a slightly poisoned chalice. I mean, you'd still want to drink that little bit of poison for having that race win. But I love how beautifully balanced it is, because if anyone's going to tack on one boat or the other, they're always going to choose to tack on Kreuzlingen.
And it does, it opens it up for all the other boats. So the maximum in this final is you can have 4 races, because even if all other 3 boats were to win a race, then that final 4th race is going to see one of those boats claim a 2nd. So the maximum is 4 races, but it could all be done dusted in that first race of that final 4. So it's really, really exciting format. Whoever crosses that line first, you know, that's the way it's all going to pan out. So very, very exciting. I would still want to be going in with that extra little bit of a lead, a little bit of a buffer, knowing that you could wrap it up in one race. But, as you say, when you've got 3 other teams quite happy, willing to do the dirty on you round the race course, something that you'll have to deal with.
Well, when you know that you're headed into dirty territory, there is no better vehicle than a Land Rover. So we're just going to find out a little bit more about the Land Rover before I ask Corky about his favourite button on the dashboard of his Land Rover.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
Best all-terrain vehicle in the world, Corky. And so that question, what is your favourite button on the dashboard of your Land Rover?
Well, I think the obvious one. Everyone loves the horn, don't they? You know, that's it. You just... it's Italy. It's a pretty known sound effect around most cities, and so I think, you know, it's I think as long as you've got that dialed on your test, you're pretty sorted, aren't you? Really, it's sort of every other button. There's plenty to play with and lots of features going on, but looks like gone are the wellies and gone on to the suits now with your Land Rover. So
Well, if there's a button that people would want to press on a J70 in this racing, it is a horn, isn't it? You want to be able to toot your horn to tell the umpires when it is that you've just been fouled by one of the other boats, because this is close boat-on-boat racing. Collisions do occur, yes, sometimes I think you do need that sort of horn to tell everyone else to get out the way.
It's just frantic racing, isn't it? It's packed in. You can see how they come off that start line. But, probably one of the biggest game changers in this racing is always that first windward mark. There's always that tightly packed. You're always going to have 2 or 3 boats approaching from that port side, looking to try and squeeze in at that mark. They know they haven't got the rights to be able to tack in there unless there is a gap, and it really does start to push the buttons on anyone. Anyone out on that early, out on that starboard side, this boat's going to tack straight on, and you're going to have a dirty lane across into it. So it is a big deal on how you position and how you come into that lead mark. But we can see that some of these gusts, there's to tap into on the way downwind, getting that jibe in early and accelerating across. It's a big advantage.
So the breeze is holding up nicely. It's not getting too strong, but it's not softening as much as yesterday. These could be perfect conditions for the remaining racing that we have to do today. In Flight 10, we've got Race 2 coming up, and one of the boats to watch out for is Esbo Segelverening, currently in the overall lead of the standings. They won't be able to hold on to that, however, because Kreuzlingen will displace them no matter where they finish. But Esbo just need to get a reasonable race finish in. If they finish top 3 or 4 in this race, I think that will be good enough for them to go through into the 4-boat final. Some of the other boats to watch out for here in this flight are in Segel Club Matsu from Austria, BI Athletics from Norway, Zidart from Russia, Orlando Segel Salskapet from Finland, and Asko Seilforening from Norway. And that's BI Athletics from Norway that we're on board with at the moment. And the team are John Alexander Pham on the helm, Tobias Rabesti, Annette Heldal, and Vegard Sandnes Larsen.
So an opportunity for all the sailors just to take a little bit of a breather, but again also actually look up on that race course. They spend that time in the ribs waiting to transfer, but you're in the boat now. You can feel the power. You can start to look at how things are set up. There's the sort of 3-minute we're just seeing start to rise up on that flag. So we are into the starting sequence now of race 2 of Flight 10. Plenty of breeze still around. It is and was forecasted to moderate as the day went on, which is why we were held on shore that little bit early. 33, 34 knots registered first thing this morning, which is what held us out and why we didn't get out on the water till slightly later. But again, still very patchy out on the water. We've seen a few broaches in a couple of the last flights, so there are big gusts coming through. Where that windward mark is, it's close up underneath that shoreline. They have moved it away from the shoreline a little bit to allow a bit more sort of runway for these boats to be able to navigate around it. But outside of that, still not enough space to be able to see that wind hit that water before you get it. And certainly while you're pulling up that kite, that's where the teams are being caught out.
2 minutes to go now. Boats circling around, deciding where their final approach to the line is going to be. We still see the pin end that was so favoured yesterday in the lighter winds. It's still a fairly powerful place to start, but it's a much more even line today, isn't it, Corky? The effects of bad air off the other boats don't don't come in as strongly, so there's more opportunity to start evenly across the line.
Well, it's a great shot here. If we look centre of picture to the end of where that promenade is, we can see that darker expanse of wind and actually like a really definitive line sort of before it then tracks slightly towards that left-hand side. So from that is boats are coming off that end, getting into that breeze, but we are seeing a bit of a left shift still over towards that left-hand side. So the decisions for the cruiser, are you coming off that pin end, you're looking for that shift, but actually you could be a knot softer, a knot and a half softer in breeze, or you're getting out towards that right, accepting that you might be sailing 5 degrees slightly lower, but in better breeze. And that's one of the biggest choices that you've got. So one of the main factors that's dictating sort of your tactics is where the other boats are. Getting out and away from them, not getting caught in their disturbance, not being bounced around by other boats. It's actually just trying to find that bit of breeze, find a nice shift and settle into it.
The boat to watch out for the most is boat number 5. That's Esbo SailTracks. They are the Finns who are currently leading the standings, but they will be displaced from top place by the Swiss. So the important thing for them is that they just get a reasonable finish. As long as they finish in the top 3, that's going to be enough to secure their spot. And there's only 6 boats in this race, so that shouldn't be too hard for the Finns to achieve. 5 seconds to the start. Here we go. And boat number 1, Segelklub Matsi, is the boat to come off the pin end, or the closest to our picture, but also good starts for Ålandska Segelsällskapet, boat number 7.
Yeah, very interesting. Again, that breeze line, you can see just those top 5 boats all just in on the edge of that breeze line. It's just tracking underneath that leaderboard. And that's exactly why they've started up at that end. They're in that breeze, they're on that slightly lifting. And to be honest, they're not a million miles off this ley line with that breeze shift. So there's been quite a big wind shift as they came off that line. And it's nearly a sort of drag straight towards it in that sort of sense. So you'll see boats start to peel off, but certainly that is why they're all getting onto this starboard tack. So boats that are actually tacking out towards that left-hand side are already putting themselves onto more of a negative shift across here and also losing out a little bit. Now this breeze starting to stabilise a bit more. And that's where you're now starting to see the teams bounce back towards that right and get into that breeze line again.
Ålandska Segelsällskapet closest to our screen at the moment. They had a choice to tack on boat number 1, Segelklub Matsi, but they've decided to stay further on towards the left-hand side. And as Corky was saying, there's not a lot of runway on port tack. This is mostly a starboard tack beat, so the breeze has shifted round, and there is still some tactics, some tacking to be done here, but it's a very skewed course right now. Segelklub Matsi have tacked back on the ley line, but what about Ålandska Segelsällskapet? They stayed on and they were furthest left boat, and that's really rewarded them. The Finns are going round in first place, but these are not the Finns that we are the most interested in. It's Esbo Segelförening going round in second place. That's the boat that needs to get a top 3 to be comfortably going through to the 4-boat final. Next around is the Norwegians. We're looking at Esbo Segelförening, the boat that we're most interested in. So it's a finish 1-2 right now as they come down towards the bottom of lap 1. We've still got 2 laps to do in this race in Porto Cervo.
Exactly that. So clearly a bit of Finnish tactics going on. They both seem to be happy with how that all panned out and lead out of here. You can see those darker patches, boats going for those jives now, trying to tap into it. We saw actually in the last sort of few flights a lot of people pushing it quite far down onto this ley line and then misjudging it. Only takes one of these bigger gusts. You can now see that main starting to creep in, that gust starts to come up, boat speed starting to creep up as well. And so with that, it's so easy. So we're now starting to see about 8 knots. Quickest boat out there is Esbo Segelförening. So we saw that little bit of speed there come in. Both clear decisions. They want that right-hand side. A late drop coming in, and that looks like they're still going to be dropping it while going off and around.
Yeah, putting themselves under unnecessary pressure, but I think Ålandska Segelsällskapet just about get away with it. They probably lose a bit of speed as they go upwind. And a bit of a tidier rounding by the other Finnish team Esbo Segelförening. Coming round the opposite mark, we've got two teams that are very, very tightly bunched. That's boat number 1. That's, I think, Sail Club Matse, having to go round the outside of the Russian Zidart sailing team. So a bit of a sloppy rounding there by the Austrians, having to give way, and now in the bad air of the Russians.
Yeah, very much so. It wasn't a great rounding from the Russian team, but again, Matsi put themselves in a position that literally meant they were dictated by how good a rounding the Russians did. And if they didn't do a good rounding, you were going to be in an even worse position. And unfortunately, that was it. So a bit of a shame they didn't drop back, take that little bit of a hit, accept that they were going to squeeze that inside line, but then go for more positioning afterwards. So again, we said it's a bit cliche. It's like chess. You're always thinking a couple of moves in front. It's not so much just who leads round the mark. It's actually about position and where you come out of the mark, and if your positioning's in a better place.
Esbo Segelverening in second place, going all the way out to the right-hand ley line, defending the charge from BI Athletics sailing on the right-hand side, and also the other Norwegian team, Askøy Seilforening, who have come in from the right-hand side, and a bit of a threat, but successfully defended by Esbo Segelforening. So we maintain the 1-2 positions of the two Finnish teams. Ålandska Segel Salskapet just going round the mark, getting that kite set, good hoist, boat up and running. Next around, Esbo Segelforening still doing enough to maintain their position in the 4-boat final. This should be good enough, second place. The umpire boat that tours around with the fleet, just keeping an eye on any misdemeanors, just making sure that if there are any collisions or protests, that's where the umpires are well placed to make a call and maybe give a penalty to one boat or the other in a situation. Esbo Segelforening, the first boat to jibe out, and now the leaders, Ålandska Segel Salskapet, going with them.
I was going to say, looking at that jibe, they've got a lot more breeze and good speed out of there. An early jibe, again, you know, it's not all over because it's going to put them slightly high, sort of coming into that mark. You can see that breeze softening into it, but bar obviously completely separate choices for which mark they want to go to. Does suddenly put you under a lot of pressure, not responding to that first instant jibe.
I agree. I mean, I think that's a bit of a giveaway by the leaders, and now it's a much more even race with Finland going to the right and Finland going to the left around the bottom marks for the final time. And now it's a matter of who's going to have the better breeze. So Ålandska have given away control of this race. I don't think they needed to do that. I think they fell asleep a little bit on that downwind leg, and they didn't respond quickly enough, as Corky said, to the earlier jibe of Esbo Segelforening.
No, we've seen it time and time again. People just trying to push deep, allowing them to, if not sort of have that kind of other asymmetric sailing, 49ers, anything else, where you're just trying to stay slightly deeper and allow yourself to come powered up in towards that mark and go for that last pin. But with a gate mark, you don't necessarily gain that advantage. You actually are just eating into distance, because when you go to bear away to drop that kite, you're bearing down to the mark, enabling that kite to be dropped easier, so you gain that extra distance by soaking downwind to the mark rather than pushing yourself deeper and trying to keep that power all the way up to it. So I think that they're kind of missing a trick, and a few people have fallen foul for that. But at the end of the day, this is where it comes down to. The decision to come out towards, they wanted clearly this left-hand side of the race course.
Well, look how much the main is ragging on the left of our picture. It looks like there's a lot more breeze on that side of the course for Esbo Segelforening. But now we see the converging lines of the two Finnish boats. And actually, it's a very good heading. And they are in good breeze again for Ålandska Segel Salskapet. So there is a possibility here for them. But let's not forget they're on port tack. So they need to cross clear ahead of the starboard tacker, which is now Esbo Segelforening. So I still think Ålandska has a lot to do here, and it looks like Esbo Segelforening will have moved into the lead. So that's going to be a nice way for Esbo to finish this qualifying race. If they can hold on to the lead on this final run to the finish, it will still be a finish 1-2, but it will be the two boats the other way round.
And that's it. So a nice manoeuvre. Great hoist again, straight in on that power. Lock straight in on where that breeze is. Little eyes out behind the back, seeing where the other boats are going. If a jibe needs to come in, looking for that pocket of breeze. But there definitely is that breeze on that side. So it's surprising me that people soak too far down to this bottom side and getting that jibe in. So mirroring their jibes. Now it just allows Esbo to be able to power it up a little bit more and take that height when they need to, when that breeze softens. But otherwise, still in control at the front of that fleet.
Just on board with the Russians going round the windward mark and following the fleet down. 2 Norwegians following 2 Finnish boats, and we're not far from the finish line. And Olanska, Segel, Salskapet, they tried to give back some medicine to Esbo, try and reverse the roles of what happened on the previous leg, but the breeze hasn't quite played to their hand this time. So it looks like Esbo Segelforening are going to win this race. The Finns are going to book their spot in the 4-boat final. We really do think that this is the final flight. So that is Esbo Segelforening securing their position in the 4-boat final in the best possible way with a race win, followed by Olanska Skagel Salskapet making it a finish 1-2 across the finish line, and then the Norwegians. First it's BI Athletic Sailing, followed by Askøy Sailforening. And then in the yellow boat is Zidart Sailing Team from Russia. And then early contenders in this race, but dropping out of it in the end with a few boat handling errors. Segel Club Matsi bringing up the rear in this 6-boat race.
Well, 2 of the 4 spots secured. 2 still left to fight for. So, front 2 boats sitting pretty at the top 2 spots, so we know the advantage the lead boat has on that. As we discussed, that 1 extra win going into that final 4 is going to be a huge advantage. But again, it does put a massive sort of target on you at the same time. But for the other 2 spaces, all still to play for, this is where it's all going to pan out in these last couple of flights. The main one is going to be this next race coming up. We'll offer those spaces up.
So it's not just down to the boats that are on the water. There are also going to be those teams that are sitting back ashore watching intently the outcome of these races, because if the likes of Royal Danish Yacht Club and Verein Seglerhaus and Vanzi put a foot wrong, if they end up with bad scores from their final qualifying race, it does open the door for some of the others, maybe some of the other German teams like Flensburger Segel Club or One Keel to come in and take those spots.
Exactly that. So they've had their races, they've had their advantage of being able to do it early. Yes, there's a reasonable amount of points that they would need to drop, but that is the possibility. Obviously, if there's only one place, one person's going to bump into that, and that's the Flensburger Seagull Club, which is why there was so much riding on that first flight between Flensburger Seagull Club and One Keel. That was the battle between them. Whoever came out, we saw that was going to probably push that second boat out of opportunity if one of the spaces arose. But stranger things have happened. We could see anything unfold in this next race. So the Royal Danish Yacht Club.
That's what we're looking at here.
All getting set up, ready for their race. So they currently are sat 3rd overall. They do have about a sort of 3-point gap to what they want to hold on to. So if they wanted to completely secure their position in this final, they need to finish within that top 3.
So we're looking aboard on Henrik Jensen. He's at the helm, holding the tiller, and crewed by Thomas Hartvig, Niels Gramkoy and Jeppe Black Lundahl. They've won their previous 2 heats. They've won 4 of their heats overall in 9 flights, so a really good race record, and it's that kind of performance that they'll need to put on just to make sure that the Danes get through safely into the final. Now we're on board with one of the one of the Norwegian teams. That's Asgard Strand Sailforening.
So complete confirmation that this Flight 10 will be the final qualification one. So this is the final opportunity for these teams to secure these places into that final four.
So before we get back into the racing, let's go and hear a little bit more about the Land Rover and just some impressions from the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
Corky, have you ever been on one of those maxis with absolutely clean teak decks and it leans over at 30 degrees and you're hanging on for grim death because it's a 20-metre slide down to the other side?
It's a big old slide and a big old distance to go, isn't it? And so actually, like the chat you had earlier with one of the teams about, you know, being up on the bow, hanging on to something, having hold of something that when you do need to go, you hang on to it and stuff. It's pretty easy to become to quite happily disappear straight off the side without even realising.
Yeah, hanging on for grim death. So will Royal Danish Yacht Club be able to hang on to their position in the final? They just need to get a reasonable result, and that should be enough for the Danes to get in. So watch out for boat one. We've got 15 seconds to go. And the other boat to watch out for Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee, boat 6. They can also make it into the final. So boat 1 and boat 6. Boat 1 up on the starboard end of the line. Good start for boat 2 and boat 5. Boat 2 is Heybeliada from Turkey. Really good start for them. And boat number 5 is Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark. But it's the other Danish team that we're more interested in, Royal Danish Yacht Club.
Just tacking out now, you can see just below the boom. They were in a good position, commanding position again off that line, taking that shift and are following the bulk of the fleet. So they were in a really nice position, not a bad start at all. So they tacked out slightly earlier, and again we're just seeing this separation. The Turkish boat now going into attack up on this left-hand side. We've seen that little bit of separation, not getting into that bundle, being able to come in tight towards that windward mark, has offered the opportunity to sneak into a gap, if the gap exists.
Well, this is good early showing from the Turks, bottom of picture, managing to cross the grill. No, they're not. They're deciding to tack back, and not the best tack, but yeah, the Turks had an early advantage which they haven't been able to exert. Royal Swedish Yacht Club nominally in the lead at the moment, but it's still very early days.
penalty being handed out in that top side of the racecourse. Just trying to identify who that was taking the penalty. Bandholm Seal Club. So
not one of the ones we're watching, so not significant to the outcome of the racing in terms of who makes it into the final anyway.
So
boat 1 and boat 6 tacking absolutely at the same time. Boat 1 is Royal Danish Yacht Club, so Royal Danish Yacht Club.
Not a lot of space here.
This could get really messy, and the Danes have a lot to do on the right of your picture. Coming round in the lead on starboard, it's the Royal Swedish Yacht Club KSSS, followed by Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee. That's one of the boats that needs to get a good score if it's to make it through to the 4-boat final.
Just coming round, just behind them there is boat number 1, the navy blue Spinnaker. So just up into 4th position. They are on that lower side. They're going to have to look to possibly get a jibe out here. They're going to struggle with sort of a dirty wind sort of through that bunch of kites. An early jibe out from the Norwegians, but not a great jibe again. So I'd be looking to potentially, if I was the Royal Danish Yacht Club, looking to be able to take that peel out. Little dot next to it shows that they're still in contention for this final 4.
So there's a lot of traffic on this side of the course, and Keeler Yacht Club being dictated to by the Swedes on board Halmstad. Halmstad just going into a jibe. Keeler Yacht Club also going into a jibe. And that's how busy it is. Only 8 boats on this racetrack, but it does look congested.
A much greater angle come off by the Royal Danish Yacht Club. You can see with the navy blue Jenica just taking that jibe now. But they're again going for, they've not jibed it completely. They're just staying and soaking down, keeping that kite on the same bit, which is going to work well for them here because there's enough breeze for them just to hold that position. And they're squeezing around that far mark, neck and neck. There's 2 boats round this bottom mark right alongside them.
Halmstad go round the lead on the left-hand side of our picture. A lot of slop here, a lot of bad chop for the boats to get through. Keeler Yacht Club tacking away into clear air.
So currently how things stand. Royal Danish Yacht Club just doing enough to keep themselves in that top 4 at the moment. Where they are positioned at the moment, they're in 4th, which would still see them sit in 3rd position in that regatta. But again, for Wannsee, that's the real pressure. At the moment, they're not doing enough. That would see them just sitting outside of that top 4. Actually, looking at now the results, that Wannsee would actually need to win this race for them to have an opportunity of squeezing into this top 4, certainly with how the Danes are doing.
So, if the Danes are ahead of Wannsee, then there is no hope for Wannsee, basically. Wannsee have to be ahead of the Danes, which currently the leaderboard says they are in this race, but it's hanging on by their fingernails for the Germans.
No, for the Germans, they basically need to win this race, so it's the Swedes that are out in front. They're not going to be involved in that top 4, but they are dictating whether Wannsee actually gets into that top 4. So they've got to just leapfrog one more boat, which is this Swedish pair all coming up at this top mark. So again, a little bit of breathing space, so it's a lot to do and a lot to ask for. But with the Royal Danish Yacht Club as well, they're doing enough to secure their place in that top 4.
So KSSS, they are the roadblock between Wannsee being able to get through to the 4-boat final. At the moment, it's quite a good lead for the Swedes, so there's a lot for the Germans to do. There's a nice hoist by them, though, so they hoist and they accelerate with a good bit of pressure. Will it be enough for them to accelerate into the back of the Swedes and maybe attack for the lead in this race? They will be very aware of what they need to do. Royal Danish Yacht Club in 3rd. They hold on starboard jibe.
So a little bit of a separation. I'd say at the moment the Germans have got good speed up in that top sort of part of the racecourse. Look like they've got that nice little bit of a gust again through that top section. now gone a little bit softer, but still that darker pressure up in that corner. And again, if they definitely want to tuck into that right side of the racecourse, go back out towards those rocks as you can see it, that might be the opportunity that gives them the chance to take the lead in this race. And if that is the case, that could see them jump in to that final four. This is all down to them, whether they finish first or second. But there we can see they've still got to do that extra jibe in, so it is the Swedish that have been able to hold on at the moment. And look at the Royal Danish Yacht Club breathing down the neck of Wannsee as they go round that mark.
Wannsee have at least closed the gap. They've given themselves a really hard manoeuvre to do there, dropping the kite down to leeward, but they do it very well. So Wannsee actually do enough to stay in contention in that tight pack of three on the far side, whilst meanwhile round this side, boat number 4, it's Halmstad Segelsällskap from Sweden.
So very, very tight. So the lead 3 boats heading out towards that right hand side, and all neck and neck alongside each other, and that is going to decide this final four. So all to play for in this final upwind leg and that final downwind leg. We've seen a lot of place changes in that final downwind leg. We saw in that final flight that penalty being handed out at that last windward mark. So still anything can happen, and with the boats pushing so hard, now see Wannsee taking that tack back out towards the right to try and just give them that control back over the Swedish and see if they can bring that gap slightly closer. But KDY are right on their heels.
And KSSS don't look like they're going to be able to be overtaken on this final upwind leg, and that is gradually closing the door on Wannsee's hopes of being able to get into the final. We're looking at the other Swedes coming in from the far side in the green boat, number 4. That's Halmstad, who have taken their chances on the left-hand side of the course. That's who we're looking at now. And it's gone okay for them, but they're not going to be able to overtake the top 3. So the top 3 remain the same. Royal Swedish Yacht Club, we see them go around now in good pressure. Boat moving fast, and they haven't even set the Jenica yet, so there is good breeze, but there's a bit of an hourglass, and then the kite pops. Around go Wannsee in second, KDY in third. Much faster hoist on KDY. Gives them the opportunity to attack Wannsee. A little bit slow on the hoist for the Germans. Halmstad hoists the green Jenica. Bandholm Sail Club hoists the red Jenica.
Just looking at it while they go downwind, just looking at the manoeuvres, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club have done 7 manoeuvres. Wannsee have done 16. So in this race course, so they've done a huge amount more manoeuvres and so on, and that's brought them into the attacking zone of the Royal Danish here. The Royal Danish have done 6 less, and they've gone for that jibe early, and that's worked out exactly how they wanted. But again, they're all under attack now from Halmstad Segelsällskap that are just sat up above them, but they are likely going to have to take that extra jibe in. But now the gust comes on, the power comes in. Oh, a lack of control as well from Wannsee is going to see the Royal Danish Yacht Club squeeze across that line, and unfortunately gone are the hopes of them sliding in that final four.
You can see how cross they are about it as well. They know they let themselves down at the end there, and if anything, they should have been driving down for the line, not pushing up high. That's what led to the broach, and it was the wrong tactical choice at the wrong time. So Wannsee just had a rush of blood to the head at the end.
Well, it seemed like, again, what's fallen foul was, when did they jibe? They jibed late on that decision on the other boats. And again, we've seen people just pushing too deep into this bottom corner. But what a shame for that decision. And as you said, they were headed up. They were trying to power the rig up rather than try to turn it back down and just actually go down. Use that apparent wind to power that boat, get a better speed and a bit of VMG down towards that line and use that to their advantage. But instead, it ended up causing a small broach, and that was enough for the Danish to get away through.
So let's take a look at the leaderboard and just see how things have shaped up after the end of that qualifying race. We've still got one to go, but Corky, I don't think that whatever happens in this final race, that it's going to change the outcome of who goes into the final four. So let's look at who is in the final four. Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, they get the Willy Wonka golden ticket to go through to the final with that 1 point advantage because they have won qualifying. Esbo Segelverening, they win their final race, they go through in second. Royal Danish Yacht Club comes second in the race that we just saw, they go through in third place. And Flensburger Segel Club, third place in their race earlier with 28 points. They are the final boat to get into the 4-boat final. So that means one Kiel just miss out, and the other German team that just made that error right at the end, Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee, third place, just not quite good enough to get them into the 4-boat final.
Interestingly, at the end of flight 9, with how Flensburger Segel Club have managed to sail, the actual top 4 is a mirror image of how it was after flight 9. So even though they had to battle hard, and we saw Flensburger Segel Club's battle with one keel and just overcame them in that their final flight in flight 10, and the Royal Danish hanging on to it there, everyone in that top 4 has finished in exactly the same spot as they were in flight 9. So a really nice sort of bit. There was the opportunities again for errors to slip in, or for the opportunity for people to make that advantage and gain. But 4 separate nations all going in vying for this championship.
And one Kiel finishing with a 4th place in a race that they were leading. That's going to hurt, isn't it?
It's one that they're going to have to properly go back to the drawing board, have a look at where it was lost, where did they make that mistake. Again, this is the brutality.
Well, if you remember, it's the late jibe, wasn't it? We've talked a lot about the late jibe, and the boat that jibes earliest often is finding that there's a good gust coming in from the gap, coming in through the wide open sea, through the gap in Porto Cervo harbour. That's not to say that jibing early is always the right move, but jibing late has often been the wrong move.
It's, I say, I think there seems to be a little bit, you know, we do it in any asymmetric sport, is that when someone goes for a jibe, is, you know, simultaneously you go at the same time, you're already looking at them, you're not waiting till they jibe, allow their boat to power up while you jibe, because that's the instant way of getting rolled straight away, putting yourself on the back foot. So it seems quite a kind of intuitive sort of decision just to hang on and wait till they've kind of done their jibe and then respond to it after. If anything, you're going to respond at exactly the same time. Even if you've pushed a little bit late into that sort of part of the race course, you still bow forward, and as long as your jibe matches their jibe, you've still got a chance of being able to hold that position. But it just seems like there's a lot of late reactions going on.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, it's always nice to come into the marks heated up with pressure, but if the gust hits you and you've already overstood the ley line or chosen a good ley line, suddenly your ley line is way out of whack and you're going to have to drop the kite early, or you're going to have to rag it in there, and you've given away extra ground that you didn't need to.
And that's it. And as we've talked about, coming into that leeward gate, even if it's not into the finish and it's coming into just a gate mark, these boats, the more powerful and the bigger and more powerful the boats, the earlier they have to dial down to the mark to be able to ditch that kite to allow them to set up for a rounding. So if you're already taking it tight to that ley line and having to hold that speed all the way into it, doesn't give you any room for any error or any change in that breeze. And I think once you start playing that game and putting yourself in that outer limit, then that's a dangerous game to play with. And certainly, unfortunately, some have come burnt from it.
Yeah, this Porto Cervo harbour racecourse is really unpredictable. So pushing out to ley lines early is a bit of a risky move. So there are some repairs going on to some of the boats before we complete the final race of Flight 10. So while we're just waiting for those repairs to be completed, let's take a look back at the Kiel qualifier that led up to the Sailing Champions League final.
That's it. I'm ready.
There were some times last year where there were fewer regattas because of it, so I guess I only realized I like it more.
It's wonderful. It's very nice to finally get to go to competitions and have a lot of fun. Today I'm gonna stop the noise. Today I'm gonna make the choice. Today I'll do it. Today I'm gonna be a boss. Today I won't take no loss. Today I'm
very good location. People can see it from shore.
Everybody can see what is all about in this sport, and it is not the easiest one.
Family members or friends can come here, watch us sailing, or just people who are walking by.
The wind is changing both in terms of wind shifts and wind strength.
I love wind, a lot of fun.
Makes the racing very much exciting.
As sailing city is a great place for sure.
Qualification for the Sailing Champions League.
What is happening? I think we have some penalties. Ollie, are you there? What is happening?
Drama on the water.
Nick, Nilo, Cedric, Lauren and Nicholas just got the win.
Okay.
I'm really happy for our club that they trust us and gave us the opportunity to compete with the big guys, with the strong guys.
We sailors, we cannot live without it. It's like freedom for us. So let's hope the world will be safe and we have our regattas.
It's really nice to just get out and free my mind, really.
I've learned that I really enjoy spending time in the boat. I really noticed that it's a big part of my life.
Regatta Club Oberhofen, the young team that won that Kiel qualifier, they had high hopes of being able to do something similar here, but they've had their moments. They won their second race. We're going to see them come up in this flight, but they've not managed to get the consistency they needed, Corky. Why would it be so different in the Sailing Champions League final to winning that qualifier in Kiel?
Well, again, you're suddenly facing other teams that you might not have ever faced. Again, it's a very different environment that they're sailing in. The race course has been a lot shorter and tighter because it's being raced inside the harbour. So different tactics. It suddenly haven't got that runway, you haven't got that bit of breadth across the width of the race course to allow you to clear your air, look for those clearer lanes. It's all been a bit more confused and a bit more impact. And again, that's where we've seen a lot of teams pick up a lot of penalties because people are constantly trying to force themselves into spaces that potentially weren't there. So I think it's a very different one. But again, we've seen some phenomenal teams. We've seen some names that we've seen with them with their names written on top of the trophy. So Norddeutsche Regatta Verein sort of just struggling to find the consistency on yesterday and today. They've, I say, slipped up more than they started the week well, and at the moment are sat sort of back in 9th place. So again, someone, David Chapman, will be, distraught that they basically didn't come together and put themselves in a chance in that final four. But again, same with one Kiel that we talked about with that mistake. There will be, I think, a lot of teams out there just quite sort of frustrated by maybe the way they sailed. It simply could come down to one race where we look at the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. They've had a fantastic regatta apart from an OCS. If that OCS didn't exist, maybe, there could be a lot more sort of points further forward again. So it's, it's one of those ones that you live and die by the sword that you sail by, isn't it?
Yeah, you look at that Royal Swedish Yacht Club and that OCS, that disqualification for being over the line early, and wow, that really does hurt, doesn't it? That's 9 points that they didn't need to have, and even if it was just a third or a fourth, it would have put them on the cusp of being able to go through to the four-boat final. So just those moments, even in a long series like this, can be those key moments that are the difference between going through or dropping out.
And that's it. And that's we talk about consistency. We talked about you've still got to be bold though, and you've got to push. And that's trying to find the balance. And maybe for Regatta Club Overhoffen, as I say, they found the balance in Kiel and very different conditions and so on. But here just didn't seem to find their mojo. Didn't manage to just get into a bit of a groove with the racing here. And we've seen that happens quite a lot. We touched on it, at the beginning of the day with actually how much of a mental game this sailing is compared with some other races. If you're out on the water for the whole time and racing and going back to back with racing, you're in quite a focused mode on it. But when you're actually sat ashore trying to keep your focus or find somewhere comfortable to sit, you sat on your life jackets, you all in your sailing kit, it's not the most comfortable kit to sit in all day. And so there's lots of things that actually present their own little personal challenges, and some teams will have found that easy and some maybe have struggled with that.
We've got about just over 1 minute 40 to the start. So the boats will be lining up. We've got 7 in this final race of qualifying. Aeronautica Militare representing the Italian Air Force. Yacht Club Gdansk from Poland. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein from Germany. WSV Giesbeek from Netherlands. Yacht Club Gdynia from Poland. WSV Almere Central from the Netherlands. Regatta Club Oberhofen from Switzerland. And the RCN Arrecife from Lanzarote representing Spain. So we got 2 Polish teams, 2 teams from the Netherlands, Italian, Germany, Switzerland and Spain. And none of these teams can go through to the 4-boat final. They've got a minute to go before the start. When there isn't that much riding on it, does that mean that you just don't try quite as hard, Corky?
No, every race, we have a saying, isn't it? You're only as good as your last race. If you go out and win the last race, well, great. You feel like you've kind of had some redemption in that sort of sense, and you feel like you've gone out and done yourself proud. If we look at 4 of these boats, there's the regatta ranking at the moment is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. So you still want to finish as good as you've got. At the end of the day, you've got to go back to your club. You've represented them, and if you let it all fall foul in that last race, what a missed opportunity and what a shame for the club.
Well, let's see who wants it the most. Aeronautica Militare, boat number 1. What will we see from them? We see boat number 6, Regatta Club Oberhofen, starting on port tack. We don't see that very often, but I think they're going to run out of runway. So that a lot of traffic up the far end. I think that's a disastrous start from Regatta Club Oberhofen, only just now tacking onto the committee boat end of the line, and they pretty much stop and they're going backwards. So I don't know what's gone on there. Looks like Aeronautica Militare have been able to tack and cross the rest of the boats, so it's early advantage to the Italians in boat number 1.
Yeah, what a start from them. Look at that. It just looks like a port hand flyer. Getting that tack in early, taking that advantage, and they're gone. And yeah, the wheels have properly come off for Regatta Club Overhofen. You can see them spinning and taking a penalty. So they potentially had teed themselves up for a port hand, duck under everyone, find that gap at that right mark and head out towards that right-hand side. But with that bundle up towards that right-hand side, these boats weren't moving fast enough. They didn't have that traction. By the time they got there wasn't that space. Had to tack and clearly have infringed someone as well at the same time. And now, not only did the cut feel painful, they're rubbing a bit of salt in it as well. So not ideal, but what a start from the Italians here. And this is putting them right in the driving seat as these are going to be the first few crosses coming in this race.
Militare on starboard, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein also done very well on the far right-hand side. We're on board with Aeronautica Militare. They've tacked on to starboard. And the breeze has really softened up quite a bit. So this is back to trying to keep the boat moving at full speed. They're not easing sail anymore. They're looking for every bit of power that they can get. Will it stay like that? I don't know, because it still looks like there's quite a lot of breeze further out to sea. So you have to keep your eye out for those puffs. I think we could still get those moments where suddenly you've got to dump the sails and keep the boat on its feet. But at the moment, it's looking for every bit of power you can get.
It is, yeah. As I say, sort of, we can see that darker patch out in that entrance again. But from where this racecourse is, looking downwind, there certainly were some gaps in that. So they're going to try and shoot it, which is actually going to hold the Dutch team up above, which gives opportunity for boats to be able to turn inside them, get that kite set. Not a great hoist here. You can see the bundle and it's now popped out, but it took that little while. So again, what it's done is it allowed WSV Giesbeck that chance to be able to soak down slightly lower and put themselves in a position for that early jibe. So again, this is going to be the interesting one. When are these jibes going to come in? We can see this is a slightly longer jibe downwind with the angle towards that gate mark. But when is that jibe going to come? Are we going to see people match each other, or are we going to see people allow other people to escape away from it?
It looks like Norddeutsche Regatta Verein managed to get down the inside of the lead two boats, and they're the first of this bunch to jibe on to port jibe. So a good attacking move by Norddeutsche.
So Waves on board about a penalty, and again they're not sort of concentrating. All they're doing is feeling like they're being forced wide, and they're trying to penalise them for having to hold them onto that lay. But at the end of the day, they're still going to have their inside line. They feel like they've been forced further across this race course than they should have done, but that just looked like sensible tactics to me. There wasn't anything too aggressive with that sense. Now it's still got that inside line. It's whether the boat Aeronautica Militaire are able to just slow this boat down, give themselves a nice little position here and be able to come out with better position. They're up on that hip. If they've judged it right, their position will be good, and they've snuck inside there. So again, it wasn't a matter about leading around that mark, but it was about forcing a position and an error. And that jib still not completely unfurled and flapping away, so they're in all sorts of bother on Almere Central.
Why would they have furled the jib away like that and then unfurled it again? Maybe
I don't know whether the halyard got caught and when they tried to unfurl it, or it got wrapped inside itself. And generally that's because, again, you're rushing to get that kite down. That halyard's still loose and swinging around, and it's got caught just in that part of the sail. And as you go to roll it back up or unroll it, it wraps itself round and actually stops the jib from unrolling. And that's why we saw only 2/3 of it unfold.
So a disastrous moment there for WSV. Almere Central really giving away their position on Aeronautica Militare. And on the far side, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, what a great move they made. The Germans doing that earlier jibe than the two leading boats, and that has now put them into the lead, but it's still soft going across the middle of this race course. Breeze is not that steady either in terms of strength or wind direction.
No, it's certainly still that little bit of puff of breeze as they come across the entranceway, but nothing consistent. Again, it's starting, as we talked about, the moderation of this breeze, and it's definitely doing that, isn't it? And we're actually finding it's dropping away quite significantly and quite quickly.
Yeah, it's going to make the final a little bit later on this afternoon a little bit more tricky to read if the breeze is going to continue to drop. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein doing just enough to stay in the lead ahead of WSV Giesbeek from the Netherlands. And will the other Dutch team be able to come in ahead of their rivals, the Aeronautica Militare? That's going to be a close call. I wonder if the Italians are going to be okay with that. It looks like they are. I don't think there's a penalty situation there. No. So Aeronautica Militare dropped down to 4th place, but they've got a good position on the two Dutch teams on their outside.
Yeah, exactly that. That sort of, the umpires will have looked at that from a penalty side of things, but also the positioning that they've managed to gain out of it and sit in that slightly softer position. But Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, watching David Chapman stand up, he went straight to that leeward side to be able to take that boom in to allow them to soak low before that kite really went for it. Now going for that jibe early to try and bring themselves back across to that race course. So, good tactical decision there and looking in a strong position.
So, earliest jibe from Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. They should be able to make that in one, possibly. Maybe no further jibes required. The two Dutch now in a match race against each other. It looks like Giesbeek are having to defend themselves from Almere Central. So the two Dutch boats slowing each other up to some extent.
An very interesting double jibe, like I say. They're just going to stall. They're going to struggle here. Oh, that was tight. So slowing it down, causing them to actually have to, they're getting that jibe in early, trying to also just create Almere Central, just to be able to have to make that void behind them, because they had the right to say from the right of way, but also it's forced them to have to make that manoeuvre a whole lot more complicated, and so quite an aggressive manoeuvre from Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. But again, this is all to play for. Again, we talked about how much do you want this, okay? You may not have made it into that final four, but the last thing you're going to do is feel like you're going to, give out any racing whatsoever.
Norddeutsche attacking onto port there, the closest boat to picture, boat number 7. Looks pretty soft at the moment, but their angle looks okay. But out on the far side, Aeronautica Militare, the Italians, if they get a bit of a shift to the right, that will put them in a strong position to be able to overtake the race leaders. And they could be a more breeze on that side as well. So let's see if the Italians have enough speed to overtake and move in to the lead of this race. They were 4th going round the last swimmer mark.
Looks pretty good from here, certainly with the rules of the road applying as well.
And generally, all things being equal, I think the right-hand side of this race course is generally proving to be slightly windier.
Yeah, and say a little bit of consistency, and say look at Norddeutsche Regatta Verein having to dip as well. WSV Almere Central. So again, from leading into that sort of going around that top mark, now down to 3rd and all still to fight for again. So it's amazing, these place changes, and again it's generally down to that pressure. But we, if I was to roll the dice a lot of the time, I'd still be saying there's a greater percentage towards that right hand side and just staying with it.
And the benefit of starboard tack, of course, which is worth a boat length in itself. So our new leaders, Aeronautica Militare, hoisting the Jenica for the final time, but it's not a good hoist. There's something wrong with that hoist. Let's see if they get it up and running. Looks like they have done. Briefly caught it in the bowsprit, but the Italians are up and running. The Dutch go round in 2nd. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in 3rd. And the other Dutch get up and running, get some good speed, but maybe they're not close enough to attack the Germans, who are now in 3rd. So who's going to blink first? Who's going to jibe first? The Italians, this is most likely their final jibe of the regatta. The Italian Air Force moving up from 4th to 1st in this race, and with a good bit of space between them and the rest of the fleet now, so managed to exert their advantage once they've moved into the lead. Bit of goose swinging going on the left-hand side. That's one of the favourite moves by Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. It doesn't look convincing.
No, again, we saw it yesterday in the softer stuff, and yeah, it's a powerful manoeuvre when coming into a lured mark and trying to force your position, but in a generalised sort of coming to finish, not really. But for these guys, they've done a fantastic job. A race win and would sit them in 7th. I think they can say they've done themselves proud and not managed to get into that final 4, but a race win at the final, what a chance.
And really, really tight across the finish line here. I think it's the Dutch that get across in 2nd, but then it's a photo finish behind them for boats 7 and 8. So that's Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in a fight with Yacht Club Gdansk for 4th place, 3rd and 4th place. So it was really close at the finish. Almere Central takes 2nd across the line. Yacht Club Gdansk, well, that was a great gain for them right at the finish. That was, I think, an earlier jibe for them, so we've seen that work a lot. And Norddeutsche Regatta Verein dropped down to 4th after leading that race, and I just think they're a little bit too keen on that goose swinging. And as you said, Corky, they're just, yeah, it's a good move at the right time, but you've got to choose your moment to use it.
I just think there's a over-complication of a race in that sense. It's kind of showing that you can do it is one thing, but actually being able to do it when you need it to make that advantage. And I think they relied on that to show that they could do it, but actually it didn't necessarily yield the result that they hoped. But also watching that quite aggressive manoeuvre that they did on WSV Almere Central, with trying to get them to force and have to slow the boat even more around that leeward. So there were some quite aggressive manoeuvres, but at the end of the day, you've still got to keep that speed up. You've still got to push for the front of the fleet, and it had that sort of slight aggression feeling about it of trying to do everything possible to make things sort of stack out, rather than actually just getting on and racing it to put yourself as high up that overall leaderboard. So right now, this is the changes of the boats, and so that was boat number 1, which is going to see position number 1 for this final. So how it stacks out, those are the boat numbers that are going to go in. But
so Aeronautica Militari, they finished 7th after winning that race, and they must be thinking, oh, we're only a couple of points out of being able to make the 4-boat final, but it was just not quite enough for them in the end. But the most gutted boat will be One Keel, that finished in 5th place, the Wooden Spoon, of not quite getting into the 4-boat final. So the 4 that do, well, the winner, and that's critical, because that's race number 1 win for Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, followed by Esbo Segelverening, Finland, then the Royal Danish Yacht Club in 3rd, and then the one German representative, Flensburger Segel Club. A lot of German teams were vying for a spot in the final, but in the end it was Flensburger that's going to be representing Germany in this final against these 3 other European teams.
yeah, and what a final. You know, we've seen all 4 of those teams perform. Look at their figures as we go across, sort of, you know, really consistent results from all of them. But now it comes down to 4 boats. Same race course, shortened to 2 laps though, rather than we're seeing this sort of 3 loops on it. Same sort of race course, but only 4 boats. So a bit more breathing space for all of the boats to escape, be able to hold a clearer line. But this is where we're going to see it. This is where the pressure really mounts and who's going to be able to come out on top.
Well, there's not long before we get into that 4-boat final. We're going to take a small break and come back to you very shortly. So do keep tuned in, because we won't be away for very many minutes, and then we'll be back into this 4-boat final. See you then.
Are we off?
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
That's it. I'm ready.
There were some times last year where there were fewer regattas because of it, so I guess I only realized I like it more.
It's wonderful. It's very nice to finally get to go to competitions and have a lot of fun.
It's a very good location. People can see it from shore.
Everybody can see what is all about in this sport, and it is not the easiest one.
Family members or friends can come here, watch us sailing, or just people who are walking by.
The wind is changing both in terms of wind shifts and wind strength.
I love wind, a lot of fun.
Makes the racing very much exciting.
As a sailing city is a great place for sure.
Qualification for the Sailing Champions League.
What is happening? I think we have some penalties. Ollie, are you there? What is happening?
Drama on the water.
Nick, Nilo, Cedric, Lauren and Nicholas just got the win.
Okay.
I'm really happy for our club that they trust us and gave us the opportunity to compete with the big guys, with the strong guys.
We sailors, we cannot live without it. It's like freedom for us. So let's hope the world will be safe and we have our regattas.
It's really nice to just get out and free my mind, really.
I've learned that I really enjoy spending time in the boat. I really noticed that it's a big part of my life.
So that is one of the views that you get in Porto Cervo harbour. Enormous super yacht. Luckily, it's the only one here, because if there were more of those, as you often get during the summer, we wouldn't be able to have this racing going on in the harbour, would we, Corky?
No, it certainly leaves a pretty nervous mark for the sailors as they come down towards that leeward gate, and that's what their runway, if they miss the ley line or the drop doesn't come down clearly enough, you're heading towards probably the most expensive boat in the harbour with your bowsprit. So
yeah, it's sort of a rock or a hard place is a rock or a super yacht, isn't it?
And this is it. So looking at the sailors, they're all getting themselves pumped up. As you'll see, only 4 boats on that water, this 4-boat final. So, Andy, talk us through a bit more of how you go out and win. What is this format for these 4 boats?
Yeah, I'm really excited by it because from our point of view and from your point of view watching, we know that whichever boat crosses the finish line in first in the final race will be the overall winner. It's a really nice, straightforward format. It's also great in that Kreuzlingen, the Swiss, they won qualifying, and their reward for that is that they effectively carry a race win through, and it's the first team that wins 2 races. So if Kreuzlingen win the first race of this 4-boat final, well, that's game over. Tom Rug, who we're looking at here, and the rest of his crew only need to win 1 more race, and they have won the Sailing Champions League final. So that means that the other 3 teams, Esbo from Finland, Royal Danish Yacht Club and Flensburger from Germany, will be doing everything they can to make sure that the Swiss don't win this opening race, because if they do, they know it's game over.
Yeah, what an opportunity. Like, as we said, we talked about it like a poison chalice. It's sort of, you're going in with that win. That gives you the opportunity of just shutting the door on everybody else by winning this next race. but it does just put the target, a bullseye, clearly on your head, that if there's an opportunity to tack on you and give you a bit of dirty air and just shuffle you off that top spot, it's going to happen. So really exciting. Again, the race course still there, but half the number of boats. So a bit more space, a bit more wiggle room. But this is where a more aggressive tactics start to come into play. And you can see them all coming across actually on port tack and favouring this way at the moment as they're trying to jostle for position coming into the middle of the line.
We got 1 minute to the start, and we've also got Ollie Schwal on the water, founder of the Sailing Champions League. I don't know if we can get Ollie, but he's going to be our extra set of eyes on the water. We've got 50 seconds to go now, and the breeze is fairly soft at the moment, so they're going to need to watch where the next patch of breeze is coming from. Tom Ruger looking very pumped up there. He is the man in the box seat with 1 race win to his name already as we go into this first race of the 4-boat final.
Interesting there, sort of, again, becoming more like a match race with these positions, everyone trying to tee up, but right down in this bottom, not looking great at the moment for Kreuzlingen, sort of in this dark navy blue boat. They're being forced down towards this end, but looking to possibly get a tack in and come back across on port. That's exactly what they're doing, and we'll look for that clear air in the middle of the line.
So, Kreuzlingen starting on port tack, very unconventional, clearly wants the right-hand side of the race course. The Swiss think that there's going to be more breeze on the right-hand side. Flensburger Sailing Club, that's who we're on board with now. So the Germans, boat number 4, furthest left, and then Royal Danish Yacht Club up on their hip, right of our picture. Esbo Segelvereinigung in the middle of the course, and in a good controlling position on the other 2 boats, but they need to watch out for Segelvereinigung Kreuzlingen, because if the right-hand side comes in and that boat moves into the lead, it could be game over before this 4-boat final has barely begun.
We could see them all, how they were positioning in that early stages of the pre-start. We're all coming across on port, quite interested in taking that sort of right-hand side. But I felt they got actually forced back over towards the pin. And you could see Flensburger Seagull Club being quite aggressive with their manoeuvre towards them. But actually what it's done is forced their hand to go out towards that right. At the moment, they're looking quite a nice angle, but that breeze does look quite soft still out on that side. So at the moment, this is going to be a really important cross. But I think that right-hand side is just looking a bit soft at the moment.
It is. The angle change is looking better for the Swiss on the right-hand side. So they might just be coming back, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like they are slightly disadvantaged compared with Esbo, who are tacking to leeward. So it's a very tight battle between Finland and the Swiss right now. And then it's the Germans and the Danish that are still coming over on port tack. How are they going to slot in?
And this is it. They're going to try and drive them all the way to that line to then be able to take that tack. So you can see the aggression from the Swiss team being able to tack and try and hold that. But this is going to create problems for Thomas and his team as the boats come back across from starboard. They're not going to have the room to go in there, and they've had to duck. There potentially wasn't the room to go in there.
Possibly a penalty coming out of this. Let's wait and see. But that is a very, very tight rounding that we're seeing there. Esbo Segelvereinigung in the lead, getting that Jenica set. And, there is a penalty. So that's boat number 4.
Club. But I also, there potentially could have been a penalty handed out to Kreuzlingen because they ducked really hard behind the back of that boat. That potentially didn't offer the opportunity for Esbo to be able to duck as well. But at the moment, seems it hasn't worked out.
So let's go out to Ollie and see if we can get the word from Ollie Schwal out in the water and see what he saw at that windward mark.
Yes, it was really an interesting upwind course. The teams, was a match race situation between Flensburg and Kreuzlingen, and they forced Kreuzlingen to go to the right-hand side of the course. But it, turned out that all the 4 boats rounded the first mark more or less at the same time, and then a penalty for Flensburg, which was really costly. But still, from my point of view, Kreuzlingen is in a pretty good position. They are really attacking now. But so far, the closer they get to the finish line, I'm pretty sure the Finnish team will be rounded the mark first. But even Flensburg got a fresh breeze up there, very close to the shore. But very, very close racing here.
So thanks very much, Ollie. it's looking really well. There's only 3 boats, but it's still a traffic jam. It's amazing how 3 boats can make a traffic jam. But it's Segler, Vereinigung and Kreuzlingen that manages to go round in the lead on this left-hand side of the course. So great sailing by Tom Ruger to move up into first place. But of course, we'll have to see how Flensburger is doing on the right-hand side, because Flensburger has come back from that penalty very effectively, and the Germans are already back in the fight despite having to do that 360 penalty turn. Corky, who would you like to be right now?
Well, I think sort of from Tom Ruger's side of things, that was a great manoeuvre. He basically had enough speed to be able to get in front, break that overlap coming into that Lewin mark, which caused him to be able to get that hit some really big waves there. We've seen he's been able to get that speed back on a bit earlier than the Royal Danish Yacht Club. So potentially that tack still is there, because at the moment that's quite a tight gap to be able to get across. But suddenly that speed came back on a bit earlier after that wave. But again, as soon as you got the separation here, we're hitting that centre part of the course. That is the greatest width of that race course. So at any chance now, with both going into tacks, that breeze could do anything on either side of that race course. We can see that slightly darker patch over towards that right again. So is that right still holding that bit of extra breeze on the entrance of the harbour?
Ollie, who would you like to be right now? Would you like to be Flensburger or Kreuzlingen? I don't know if we can get Ollie, but I'm interested to get that out on the water.
They're heading off to the right-hand side of the course, which turned out in most of the races to be better. And from my point of view, they have a proper lead of at least 3 to 4 boat lengths. So after a penalty, rounding the first mark at last boat, now it's a really great recover from the guys from Flensburg, and they're currently in the lead, and they're rounding the mark with at least 3 to 4 boat lengths in front of the guys from Switzerland.
Thanks, Ollie. Well, that is an incredible comeback by Flensburger. How often do you see that? You take a penalty turn, it puts you to the back of the fleet, and somehow you get your way back into the front, because at the moment it looks like Flensburger is in a great position to be able to win this race, and it's really important for them and for the other boats in this race that Flensburger manages to keep Kreuzlingen behind them, because if Kreuzlingen manages to overtake Flensburger on this final run to the finish, then it's game over and we have our Sailing Champions League final winners, and it will be Switzerland. But at the moment, the Germans are doing just enough. They've done an early jibe. We've talked about the importance of an early jibe on this unpredictable racecourse. Corky, it looks like Germany have done enough, haven't they?
Well, it was quite a high angle they were coming out, and just looking over towards that left-hand side where that rib was tracking down, it looked quite light, but that was sort of what was coming from that camera angle. But suddenly that looks like a nice enough angle now that even with them jibing in, sort of, I would have said that's a nice, comfortable, just cross through to the finish. That's all that's going to matter for them now.
And it's surprising to me that the Swiss haven't actually jibed across, because the Germans are making that finish line quite easily, and when we last saw, the Swiss hadn't even jibed. So it looks like Germany has really pulled away, and it's, oh no, they were much closer than I thought they were going to be. So a much closer finish, but the Germans, they high-five, they keep the game alive for a little bit longer, but it was very close at the end. The Swiss nearly squared that away and won the Sailing Champions League final right there in the first race. Royal Danish Yacht Club third across the line, and Esbo's Sailvereinigung, the Finns, are fifth across the line. But everyone had a moment in this race, didn't they?
Well, this is the exciting thing, and this is what's so great about this format, is that you've got the Danish and you've got the Finns just sat there kind of going, whew, a bit of a breather, a bit of a wipe the forehead there, because actually, because of Flensburger Seagull Club coming in and crossing that line, it has kept this fight alive, and that's the best thing about it. You might not have won that race, but as long as that opportunity still is there to be able to take a race win, the racing continues. As we said, in this format, the most races you could ever have is 4, because each of the 3 teams could win a race, and the 4th one, at that point, someone will take that double win, because we talked about Kreuzlingen going in with 1 race win already, but now with 2 boats already with that race win, again, it creates that greater opportunity for them to seal the deal earlier in these matches.
Ollie, knowing what you know now, what would you be choosing on the start line of the next race?
Well, honestly speaking, it's really hard to say. I mean, look at the upwind course where Flensburg made this big gain, heading to the right-hand side of the course. They got a shift, they got more breeze in. But, you know, it's really hard to say. It's shifting all the time. At the moment, I would bet on the left-hand side. It's a little bit favored, the leeward end of the starting line. But it can turn back within a couple of seconds that, you know, the puffs and the gusts are getting through this channel, the entrance of the harbor, and then you have the right-hand shift, and then you are on starboard, and that means you have all the rights, and that's a really tough decision. I was really wondering if it comes again to a match race situation between the teams, because Flensburg, they didn't do anything to avoid that Kreuzling win, and it was funny to see that even these two boats were battling even to the very end. So it's really hard to say. At the moment, pin end, but it can change within seconds.
Ollie, thank you very much for that. Now, obviously, anyone watching this, along with us, we all love sailing. But the problem with sailing is you can never get to, from A to B in a straight line. If you want to go from A to B in a straight line, your best option is a Land Rover.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
So, we're already into the 3-minute sequence for the race 2 of the 4-boat final. So at the moment, on 1 point apiece, it's Kreuzlingen who won the qualifying, and then Flensburger, who we just saw come back from the dead, come back from that penalty and last place to surge through into first place and take their first race win. Now it's a matter of can the other two, Esbo Sailforening from Finland or the Royal Danish Yacht Club, can they put a win on the board, because it's time for them to start showing up. 2 minutes to go, Corky. Which side would you choose?
Well, again, I'd say sort of we're seeing so big holes and patches sort of across that racecourse now. See that breeze coming in through that entrance, and we have seen that right-hand side being a little bit more favouritised. But off this start line, a lot of it's coming off this left-hand side, getting that left-hand shift. But you can still see the swell lines rolling in through the harbour entrance, and that is causing a problem. Now this breeze is starting to drop. Positioning, when you're looking to tack, when you're able to put that jibe in, you are having to consider the water around you rather than just your positioning itself. So that's what's causing that little bit more of a trouble. I'd be pretty tempted to kind of be coming off more that mid part of the start line, maybe mid towards the right, and then be trying to hold that middle right sort of lane. But again, you can see how soft it is just dropping across this harbour side now.
Very brave of Kreuzlingen to start on port tack underneath the fleet, but it worked out quite nicely for them, and it meant that they broke away from the rest of the fleet, all of whom were out to get them, because at the time they were the only race winner. Now there are two that are on the cusp of victory. It's Kreuzlingen and Flensburger. The other two teams can't afford to let those guys win. We're in the final minute. Let's see where they line up. Personally, as it gets lighter, Corky, you know that as it gets lighter, I tend to prefer the pin end of the start line a bit more, because it allows you to put the bow down and ease the sails a little bit and get the boat speed going. But I tend to think once you're in clear air, that right-hand side of the race course is the place to be.
Yeah, and I still think with the space, with now 4 boats and not the 8 boats sort of bundling onto that line, there's a bit more space to not feel like you've got to sit side by side and be jostling for your lane too much. So there is a bit more give and take on that, but again, still critical that you hit this time and distance.
That's very true. So let's see, who have we got closest to picture now?
Flensburger Seal Club are the one down towards the pin, with Kreuzlingen just up above them. The far end, it is the Finns. They come off nicely, so a little bit further back, the old Royal Danish Yacht Club coming off again, similar sort of tactic to what Kreuzlingen did going out towards that side. Bit late on it, so at least drop the boat length or 2 maybe straight off that bat there. But we can see a bit of battle going on now between these two boats that came off towards the pin end. But certainly looks like the Swiss have a bit more gas to them. They've got a slightly quicker wheels on them, and look like they're going to roll over the top of the Germans here.
Yes, it does look that way, doesn't it?
They're trying to force that tack, so you could see them looking over that shoulder, just creating that gap. Go for that tack out.
What's Esbo going to do? Esbo could slap one on the Germans, but Esbo is going to carry on out to the left-hand side. Tom Ruger looking over his shoulder. He really wants Esbo to tack, but that's not in Esbo's interest necessarily. Esbo going to do what they want to do. While out on the far side doing their own thing, it's Royal Danish Yacht Club. Now we see the Swiss going into attack onto port tack. Let's see.
A big duck as well. You could see them not going to get away with that. So that's a big, hard handbrake of a move. And look how slow the boat's gone. And now with them tacking straight on top as well, they'll carry momentum out. That's a pretty big hit for the Swiss there.
It is, and you look how close they are to that ley line up on the left-hand side, and I was thinking, oh, that's a bit of a desperate move, but maybe actually they've gone so far that there really wasn't any other choice. But that was a painful, expensive manoeuvre for the Swiss, and it now puts Esbo SailTracks in control on this side of the racecourse. Is it enough to put them in control of the whole fleet? We'll have to see how the others come back together. Doesn't look like the right-hand side has worked out at all well for the Royal Danish Yacht Club. And it looks like it is going to be Esbo SailTracks that comes in the lead around this mark ahead of Flensburger. So Esbo, a bit of a slow turn there, not a lot of breeze up there. It was a handbrake turn that they had to go through.
Again,
fast.
Interesting sort of position there again because of how slow it is to get that kite going and losing that momentum. This gives the opportunity for the other boats behind to duck down, and you can see the actual angle and the speed being taken down by the Swiss team, sort of on the navy blue kite, just dropping soft to that. But the Danish, looking at their track sort of on the way up that wind, they did 2 or 3 extra manoeuvres they didn't really need to. Could see that breeze going slightly light off that promenade, and then didn't access that breeze till a little bit later. But I think, yeah, that was a big move. So the focus still firmly on these 3 at the front.
Yes, and certainly not on the Royal Danish Yacht Club, who had to shoot for the mark and paid a heavy price for not quite judging that ley line correctly. Here's the jibe for the Germans, Flensburger Sailing Club.
No, that was Esbo, I think.
Sorry, that was Esbo. That was the leaders in the red boat. Yep, you're correct, Corky. So looks like they're going to opt for the right-hand mark as we look at it in this picture right now. It looks like it's the closer of the 2 marks, and they're going to be going out to the left-hand side of the course, and same for these 2. The other mark just looks too far away right now for any of them to want to go for it. Maybe I'm going to be proven wrong. No, so Flensburger going all the way across to the other side, and they're doing it with speed. So it's a brave move. But we'll see how this works out for Flensburger. Interesting. I wonder if they see a little bit more breeze on that side.
Yes.
Oh, what's going on? Penalty turn. Kreuzling, and what happened to them? Surely they didn't hit the mark on the way round. I can't think what else it would be. So that's not good news for Kreuzling, and winners of the qualifying now back in 4th and last place. Esbo SailTracks, they are going to be thinking very hard about Flensburger on the far side. That was an interesting move that Flensburger made. They hung on to their kite for longer. Let's find out from Ollie what he said, what he thinks from out on the water.
Well, to be honest, I mean, this was the only opportunity for the team from Flensburg to attack and to avoid that the Finnish team is going to win. And that they remember the last upwind course, the race before, the right-hand side turned out. The wind shifted like 20, 25, 30 degrees to the right from my point of view. It's a big shift. So it's very likely that it's going to shift back within the next couple of seconds. And looking from my perspective, Finland is taking force and back again, and Flensburg, they have really stable conditions. They are now in the harbor entrance. They have a really good breeze, and it looks like that I don't know if they can cross, but they are really, really close to the Finns. So The situation with the Switzerland team and Team Denmark, I haven't seen, honestly speaking. I don't know why they received a penalty. But now they are getting closer to the first mark, and it seems to be that Finland still has a lead of 1 to 3 boats length. They are now passing through, and they are now attacking the hoisted Jenneker, and they have a proper lead at really good upwind course. But Flensburg, I mean, it was right to attack. I would have done the same, but it didn't turn out.
Thanks very much, Ollie. And for a moment there, it seemed like the wind was going to shift sufficiently in Flensburg's favour to actually move them into the lead, which could have been a regatta winning move for them. But fortunately for Esbo and the other 3 teams, it looks like the regatta is staying alive a little bit longer. Could this be the Finnish team's first race win on the board? We could be looking at 3 teams all on 1 point each. Esbo Segelforening just need to hold their nerve down to the finish. Just throwing the mainsail into that jibe, getting that Jenneker cleanly through what will probably be the final jibe of this race.
And that's it, as Ollie was saying, is that was Flensburg's only sort of opportunity. They've lost control into that point and then gone into jibe. They're just trying to, no they haven't, they're just trying to protect themselves into here with the Royal Danish sort of coming across towards that finish. But that's it, you've got to create separation on this race course. The only way you've got a chance, again, it is about winning races. It's not a matter of the second, the third where you finish. It's all about winning races. And if you can create some separation that might present itself an opportunity to do that, that's exactly what happened. But real painful for the Swiss team. You can see sort of picking up that penalty of really kind of now just let off the accelerator and time to chat about it, talk about it, recompose and go reset. But now with 3 teams all with a race win, all pretty exciting. It's now sort of going to come down to the wire with these teams at the moment. And but again, nice to see the aggression through all of these teams, willing to push, willing to kind of think out the box, you know, from Flensburg being able to just suddenly take that jibe, heat it up, get across towards the other mark just to create some separation. Think there might be some traffic around the other mark. Think there might just be that, if they had that tapped into one more knot of breeze on that right hand side, we could be looking at a different leaderboard. So again, creating that separation, creating the opportunities, that's what it's all about.
Ollie, why did Kreuzlingen drop so far back? We know they got the penalty. Maybe you can also tell us why they got the penalty.
Honestly speaking, I was so focused on the 2 leading boats, I haven't really seen it. Whether it was they touched the mark, or it was a situation with the Danish team, with Royal Danish Yacht Club. But they received a penalty, and from then on, you know, the team looks really frustrated. I mean, they had it on their hand, as we all know, and now there are 3 teams who can win. But I haven't seen the situation. But it was obviously a clear situation, so I accepted, and there was no discussion with the umpire. So. Yeah, it's so close racing you can't imagine, and the wind is dropping. I mean, this was the forecast of today, and we are out here, and you can see that the wind is really going down, and that means that, you know, all these trends we haven't seen so far, that, you know, the right-hand side is turning out, and even the shifts are getting much more. So will be a very interesting race, and what is definitely over now is this match racing, because now 3 of them are going to win. The only team who hasn't a win was Team Denmark from Royal Danish Yacht Club. But yeah, a very interesting racing, very choppy, a lot of shifts. But yeah, let's see who's going to make it. I assume one of the 3 are going to make it, but I wouldn't really bet on one of them.
Well, or will it be Royal Danish Yacht Club, the only team not to have run so far, which would then take us to, it would have to be a final race beyond this one. We can only have 2 more races in this competition, and it could well be that it's all closed out in the very next race with any of these 3 boats from Finland, Switzerland or Germany winning the next race, or will it be the turn of Royal Danish Yacht Club to win theirs, and then we set up for a perfect 4 doesn't go into 1 scenario. There's going to be 3 disappointed teams at the end of it, and there's only going to be 1 winner.
Well, this is it. Every race that goes out, every team that gets that race win and gets them that step closer to being able to call it, it's that little bit of hope, isn't it? Again, it's that you're that little bit closer, and then if it all falls foul and you don't manage to convert that into 2 race wins, it's quite a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, yeah, and the sort of the mentality. I spoke to 2 of the finalists beforehand, and they both talked about how you've got to have fun with this. You know, and I think what they mean by that is there's an element of luck in this. You can't get too uptight about the outcome. You've just got to do your best, and probably the best way you're going to do that is to have fun with it.
Enjoy
and
it.
just see how it plays out.
Yeah, completely agree. As I say, reason why you're here, this is your hobby. It's competitive, and yep, you want that. But at the end of the day, you love your sailing. You're in a beautiful location. You've been able to get racing in, even with the challenges that Mother Nature have thrown at us over the last few days. Being able to get this racing in the harbour, great. You know, they're off, they're running. Now this is the opportunity to all really go for it. So Tom Ruger firing up his crew there, just getting them saying this is this opportunity now to go out. Let's make this our race win. Let's secure this. Let's put this all to bed and be able to celebrate this. But with 3 other teams all vying for that, 2 of them all with race wins as well, it's easier said than done.
So if you're enjoying this racing and you're not too bothered about who wins, then you should be bothered about the Royal Danish Yacht Club winning. They're in the yellow boat. That's the only way we're going to get another race after this one. So if you're a neutral, then that's the boat that you should be cheering for. Boat number 3 with the Danes on board. They've got to get a race win to keep this competition alive and to keep their own hopes alive. They've basically got to win the only 2 remaining races of this championship. They're going to have to sail a perfect regatta from here on to the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, so again, if we see that yellow boat at the front, we know there's potentially a chance for another race. If it's not, then one of those other 3 boats will be taking that title. So again, circling round towards this pin end, following each other, so a real kind of match racing, aggressive sort of style of racing, rather than just being quite content and sitting up over the other side. So we can see Flensburg sort of sitting up over by the committee boat, just trying to keep themselves away from anything else. But a lot of people quite happy to throw the gauntlet down, want people to feel the pressure.
And it's interesting that those 3 that we see together are all the race winners so far, and it's the boat on the left-hand side. I think it's the Danes closest to picture that are the only team not to have won a race so far. And as this breeze drops lighter, Ollie was telling us it's just getting lighter and lighter. Corky, I'm thinking more and more that pin end of the line is the place to be. I know I obsess about it, but I think that is the place to be the lighter this breeze gets.
Well, it's that sort of what we saw yesterday, isn't it? Come off that pin, have a nice clear run, be able to put the bow down, be able to maximise speed. Look for that first left shift that allows you to get back across towards the middle top 2/3 of the race course, and then be looking at either coming back across on the right or being content to come in on that port side. So exactly that, but it is looking a lot lighter. That slop, that movement in the water is still there, as now you can start to see them jostle for position. But Kreuzlingen a long way back, and with this sort of period of time and this breeze, I reckon they've come a cropper here.
I agree. I mean, I want to be where the Danes are, so I think the Danes are putting themselves in a great position to be the early leaders of this race. We've got 2 seconds to go. It's going to be a clear start. Kreuzlingen have no choice but to tack on to port, but it's a great pin end start. Thing is, have they got the other boats pinned up high enough? We already see Esbo tacking away, so we've got 2 boats going out to the right, we've got 2 boats going to the left. Flensburg also rolling into attack. How long will it be before the Royal Danish Yacht Club go the rest of the way?
Just keep going. Like, again, they're the ones that have got to create some kind of separation. They're the ones that have got to get this race win. And to be honest, at the moment, they've got clear air. They're keeping themselves out of traffic. They've just got to sail fast and a clean race. And if they can put themselves at the front, quite a harsh tack sort of going through, and not exactly a fast tack out of that one. You can see that breeze, but not even a crew member with their legs over the side. Looking at the other crews up there, there was more breeze. So I definitely reckon that breeze is still middle right. Got that little bit extra puff over there.
Yeah, did they leave that a little bit too long? Should they have gone with the rest of the fleet when the other boats tacked away? Well, let's see. It looks like the Danish boat's leaning over a little bit more than it was, but Flensburger Sailing Club looking dangerous right now.
Yeah, the angle they've got coming up through that middle look like they're going to get across the two boats to the right, and with the angle that they've got, it still looks like they're going to come back with enough speed against the Danish, but we'll see. Are they able to hold on to this little bit of pressure all the way up to this mark? The Danish do look like they've still got the wheels compared with those other three boats. This is their opportunity.
It's suddenly the wind caves in for the Danes. Are they going to get enough to be able to get across the other boats?
There's one. There's two. Going in front of the third. Are they enough on this ley line, or are they just underneath it? Are they going to be able to shoot it? Don't start trying to shoot it yet. Hold on. Keep that pace going. You cannot shoot it too soon, otherwise you're going to stall. You can see that jib just trying to hold on. It's not happy there. A bit of a header. They've had to ditch the jib just to keep that momentum to roll round. But they're round.
Amazing. So the Danes just managed to hang on. They get that Jenica up, and then they lean over dramatically, and the rudder nearly stalls as they hoist that Jenica. It's a good hoist from Flensburger straight behind them. So we got yellow and green. We got the Danes against the Germans, and then we got a bit of a gap back to the last two. We've got the Swiss and the Finns battling it out at the back. So now the Swiss and the Finns will be hoping that Flensburger can overtake. But no, that doesn't help either, because no, they need the Danes actually to stay in front. I'm losing track of who's actually where in this situation, but if the Danes can hold on to this win, then everyone would have one race win apiece. It would be the perfect scenario, but we're a long way from that. We've still got 3 legs of this race to complete, and will the Danes be able to hang on? It's the Germans that have been early to jibe away. Now the Danes jibe, and they're in good breeze, so I think they're going to be in a good position to take the lead again.
And the bias at this gate mark, I'd say, is favoured. This near side one that we're looking at, that the Danish have chosen. Flensburger doing the same as they did in that last one, trying to create that separation, trying to create it, but it's certainly nearer this mark by far.
Yeah, that's quite a high price that the Germans are paying to go to that far mark. And actually, this is playing into the hands of the Danes. If they can just get that kite cleanly away, which I think they managed to do, I think the Danes are going to extend their lead. There's this slop to break through. It's always sloppy here. Look, watch how the bow of the boat has got to plough through this chop. And that's partly the motorboats that are following the racing around. And they're going to be looking anxiously over their shoulder at Flensburg, wondering if Flensburg can pull back the distance on them on the right-hand side. So now it's a matter of where is the best breeze coming from.
So from what we can see, Ollie, out on the water, how does it look out on that right or to the left? Where would you be positioning?
Well, it's an interesting split. I think the reason why the last upwind course the Danes didn't were able to pass through, because he lost the main sheet out of his hand, and the really unlikely situation when they were getting closer to the mark, they lost the main sheet, and this was cost them about 1 boat's length, and this was exactly where they lost probably the lead. And now Flensburg are heading off to the right-hand side, and from my point of view, it looks much better there. They have a good breeze up there, but the Danes are getting back. So the only chance for Flensburg is now to attack. But the Danes are getting back here. There is a little shifty to the left. The pressure is back. And now Flensburg, it shifts back. So I think Denmark is still in the lead. There was a big discussion, by the way, at the first upwind was because the Danish Jenaker, they touched the Finnish boat, but I think they've been a bit of lucky because none of the jury saw that. Flensburg was shouting like hell, but nobody was witnessing that. So Denmark is in the lead with along, like, say, 3 to 4 boat lengths, and it seems to me that we're going to see another race where 4 of the teams can win, as we had it last year.
Quite incredible. This is just the perfect scenario that we're teeing up for, because at the moment, with just the final run to sail, it's the Royal Danish Yacht Club that are fully in the lead of this race. It's hard to imagine that even the comeback kids on Flensburger will be able to take the race away from the Danish at this stage, but they're certainly having a go because they're straight into a jibe set. Might as well try something different. So the Germans, they're never afraid to try something different on these race courses, and it often works out for them. So they're just playing the odds as best as they can, and if the Germans get decent breeze on that side, which they have done, then they could start making the Danes sweat again.
Well, it's exactly that. That's all you've got to do. Yes, second, third, fourth, all matter and stuff to the boats that are going to finish second, third and fourth overall. But at the end of the day, that's not where you want to finish. You want to finish on that top spot, and it's all about just creating some separation, creating that opportunity where there might be that little bit of an extra gust, might be that 1 knot extra. They look like they're a long way towards that right, and we've seen that go quite soft in that early stage. So whether they're able to hold that breeze, but again, nervous times for the Danish as they come down here. They're in, I would say they're in a more secure position, and now we can see, even though the jibe's coming across, that distance isn't going to be clawed down.
No, so Royal Danish Yacht Club, the last of these teams to win a race, are just about to secure that race win, and they are setting us up for the perfect scenario. They've stayed alive and they've kept the regatta alive for a little bit longer. So we congratulate Henrik Jensen, Thomas Hartvig, Niels Gramcoy and Jeppe Black Lundahl for winning that race. And then Esbo Segel for reigning. They get ahead of the Flensburgers, who chanced their arm on the far side, almost beaten into last place by Kreuzlingen. But it was worth the go by the Germans to do what they did. It was throwing all the chips on one number, but they might as well have done it. They were doing the whole fleet a favour by trying to challenge the Danes. But we now have that absolutely perfect scenario, Cork. You couldn't ask for better.
This is the fairy tale, isn't it? This is now every single boat you see out on that water can win this championship, and it will all come down to whoever crosses that line first. That's as simple as this story can be. Whichever of those 4 boats crosses the line first in this next race will be crowned champion of 2021 Sailing Champions League. Now that's a pretty amazing thing, and why this format works so well. They've been able to hold on. It has stretched it to its absolute fullest length, and now this race is the highest stakes round that we could have ever had.
And we talk about momentum in sport. Who do you think's got the momentum right now?
I would say Flensburg seem to have found a good bit of sort of ground. They're willing to again push all different areas of the race course to just secure that race win. They're certainly not going out and, okay, we're in second here, okay, never mind, that's the end of it, and so on. We can see Thomas Ruger pretty infuriated about something, and again, going in after that overall side of things, he was leading. Now the pressure firmly on. Any of these sailors can take this race win.
Now, this is all about taking risks at the right time, but you only take risks in sport when you don't want to take risks. You don't want to, out in the big wide world, the only way to be safe is when you're driving a Land Rover.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
It's fun to sail at the YCCS, and you can do anything that you need to enjoy, and you can sail around all the buoys at the YCCS, and that's what they're about to do in the final race of the Sailing Champions League finals. We've got 1 minute 15 to go.
Exactly that. So 4 boats all entered this final 4, all chasing down the Swiss to try and get a race win, and every single one of them's done it. And so this race now, 1 minute to go to the start of this race, and whoever wins this final race is going to be crowned champ. It is as simple as that. So nothing is going to be left unturned. They're all going to be out for each other.
40 seconds to go. We're on board with Tom Ruger and the Swiss. And this is Flensburger Sailing Club, not afraid to take some risks. What risks will they take to win this final race and to become overall champions in the Sailing Champions League final? They're looking pretty late into the start. The whole fleet look like they're a little bit nervous.
I'd have say the Danish may have picked up a penalty straight away there. They look like they infringed Kreuzlingen, and that's where it looks like they're jibing round, whether that's part of the penalty or whether it's to bring themselves back to the start. But they all look pretty messy on this start to come away from it, and actually looks like the Swiss and the Finns coming off this end with good sort of speed there, but Flensburger going out on the other side with speed, so a nice split.
And even more turns for the Royal Danish Yacht Club. That is absolute disaster for them. We've seen Flensburger come back from a penalty earlier in this series to win a race. Are the Royal Danish Yacht Club going to be able to follow up their race win with another race win? Well, at the moment, that looks highly unlikely.
Yeah, really interesting where the rib is here as well for Esbo. They're getting quite an impact from sort of the back of that rim stuff, and they're holding there. But if we look at that first cross coming in halfway up, that's going to be critical. And Flensburg seem like they've come out with a nice sort of bit of breeze, and they're going to hold. And obviously they've got the starboard advantage, so that could be enough.
Esbo coming out to the left all by itself. We've seen the power of the left as the wind has dropped lighter. It's tended to come on a little bit stronger, but at the moment it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Finland to cross the other two in the middle of the racetrack. At the moment, this is a battle between Flensburger and the Swiss Kreuzlinger. And at the moment, I think I would rather be on board the German boat. But Ollie, on the water, what do you think?
Well, definitely. I think the Germans now have it on their hand. They're on the right-hand side of the course. The Danes got a penalty right immediately at the start. So it's really a battle between these two. So looking from now, definitely Flensburg has it all in their hand to round the first mark in a leading position, but it's really close. So it's not a boat length, it's just 1 to 2, 3 meters between them. But they definitely can make it. But we shouldn't underestimate even the Finnish team. They are still in the game, really closing in there. So they will, all 3 teams will round at the same time. And even now Switzerland has to pass behind the team from Finland. So it's now, all in the hand of Flensburger Segelclub.
Flensburger go around in first place, followed by the Finns, and then the Swiss in third, and the Danes still with some catching up to do. All the Danes can hope is that the other teams are getting in each other's way to create a bit of a traffic jam. We're looking backwards from Flensburger, the race leaders, and Esbo trying to get down the inside of them, trying to get into a position where they can hold on the Germans from jibing, and I think maybe the Finns have achieved that.
Yeah, looking at where that bowsprit is and stuff, they look like they're quite happily and pushing themselves down those next waves and trying to create that break. You can see that bit of swell, but certainly from where that bowsprit is, there is no jibe at the moment for the German team. They're going to be held there, but then they'll obviously, if they can pull off a good jibe, they can still hold that inside line into that mark. So this is where they're going to start getting twitchy. They'll start looking at each other. They won't want to give it away when they're going to chuck that jibe in. So again, the Germans going soaking slightly deeper to allow them a tighter angle to come up in this lighter breeze. But will it have broken that overlap? Will they be able to hold their overlap into this mark to gain mark room? That's the question. I don't think they have. I think looking at the angle, they're coming back up, or are we going to see a repeat of what they did in a previous race and head straight to the other mark? With the kite, how it's powered up, looks like they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Flensburger taking the risky move again. Is there better breeze on the right-hand side to justify that move? You'd think so,
bad.
the way that their boat is laid over. And actually, the Finns in the red
Big
boat...
left shift.
Oh, look at that nasty slop that the Finns are having to weather as they come through this side of the racecourse. Tom Ruger now rounding in third place, and the Royal Danish Yacht Club still playing catch-up after those penalty turns off the start line.
So if I was Esbo, I would have taken that opportunity to crack out towards that side, but then look to be getting back a bit earlier and trying to keep myself in. I'd want to be slightly tighter to where the Germans are now. I don't know whether I'd want to create too much of a split, because when there is this much on the line now, it's not a matter of kind of going, I'm looking for an opportunity. It's actually, I want full control of the situation. It's like a match race. You're just now not trying to separate yourself away. Yes, you've got to consider boat number 3 and boat number 4, but the focus is on that. If they can control them coming into this mark, then this is their opportunity to be able to hold on to that position.
Ollie, they're converging. There's a convergence between Germany and Finland. Who do you like at the moment?
Well, honestly speaking, I didn't understand the move of the German team. I mean, it was so obvious that the other side of the leeward gate was not favored at all, and they had really trouble to get the Janaker in, and it looked quite good for a couple of seconds, but Finland is like 30 meters ahead, and even the team from Kreuzling probably will cross in front of Flensburg. So they put everything on one cart, just attacking. But they were so close to the Finns, they would have another upwind course, so there was no reason to do that. And I think this was a really costly mistake. And now the Finns are really far away, and I don't see any of the other boats attacking them. Unlikely that at the downwind so much changes are going to happen. So it looks to me pretty clear Finland is in a very, very well proper position, and very good spinnaker maneuver here, and from now on they just take it down to the finish.
Esbo Segelforening well around that first mark in first place, quite a gap back to the next boat around, which is now Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, then Flensburger, and then Royal Danish Yacht Club. So just a jibe from the red-tipped spinnaker of the Finnish boat. They decide to go for an early jibe. They're not on ley line yet, so there are more attacking manoeuvres that the Swiss could yet play on Finland. Finland just decided they wanted to get across while they could. And maybe they think there's better breeze out that way as well. So Switzerland still have an opportunity to attack.
Yeah, I'd about to say they're going to just put themselves in that defensive position, put that jibe under them so they can always lead forward and be bow forward on them. So a really clever defensive manoeuvre from the Finns there to get themselves across. So now, as these boats come back, they can bring themselves again. It does put you at risk, of course, of any breeze coming round either side of the race course. But looking at where they are, I think you'll see a jibe go in straight away now, and that's a gap that they're going to hold through to that line.
Finland execute their final jibe of this competition, and time is trickling away for anybody else to be able to take this race win from Esbo Segelforening, who are about to cross the line in the lead of this final race of the Sailing Champions League final, and that confirms that Esbo Segelforening are the champions 2021 here in Porto Cervo. Congratulations to Lucas Carlemo, Victor Mesterton, Anton Eklund, Emil Lindblom. Incredibly well executed race. They managed to get down the inside of their rivals on the German boat on the first run. They got it into a controlling position, and once they got in control, they never let go. So not only have these guys won the Nord Stream race, the offshore race 1,000 miles through the Baltic Sea, they are true masters of every aspect of the sport of sailing, because they have just won in the short course competition here in Porto Cervo, the Sailing Champions League final. What an amazing double that they've achieved, Corky.
Oh, absolutely superb. You know, the one thing that I think is really just pressing is that holding your nerve through the whole of that sort of series, holding it through all of that final bit, getting that race win was all important. But then it's suddenly playing out through to that final race. You know, the Royal Danish did an amazing job by taking it all the way to that final race. But to hold your nerve all the way through, a great race. As we talked about with Flensburger, just seemed a pretty off-the-cuff sort of left field kind of guess of what to go about, and seemed a massive distance to travel, but just absolutely phenomenal. An amazing race from these guys, and they've managed to string it all together. And as you say, combine that with the Nord Stream regatta, and what a sort of performance.
And Olli Schwar, what do you think about the double win of Esbo, both in the Nord Stream race, another race that you organise, and the Sailing Champions League? Have we had that double before?
No, we didn't have that double before, and we are right. I'm nearly on board of the Finns, and I would like to make an interview with these guys, but it's not so easy here because it's pretty crowded here on the water with all these ribs. So probably we can have an interview with them. Let me double check if this is doable.
Looks like you might be close. Let's see if we can get that boat to slow down. We're watching them doing circles round you.
What a race! Congratulations!
How did you do that? I don't know. This feels so amazing. So amazing. I'm so happy for us.
I'm really happy for you guys as well. I mean, after the Northern race win, another win here at the Champions League, and it was so close, you can't imagine. So what was your strategy? How did you manage this?
I mean, we have a team that works well together. These conditions inside here, shifty, that's what we are used to and what we like. And I mean, we found the right way and went it hard.
And about the conditions here inside, I mean, we had no other choice than sailing inside. Was it okay for you?
Yeah, it's really okay. Of course, it's quite similar to our home waters, as we are always sailing close to shore inside many islands in Finland. Of course, it would have been nice to go out sailing in the waves and tough conditions outside, but we're pretty happy inside as well.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see, and congratulations, was really amazing. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
And back to the studio.
Thanks very much, Olli. And interesting that the Finnish team talk about the similarity of conditions to sailing at home, just off the rocky shoreline of Finland in these enclosed waters. Maybe that was part of their success here, Corky, being comfortable with uncomfortable conditions.
Well, some of the things that have been said, if you take a general overview of what a lot of the sailors have said, is, you know, be relaxed, enjoy it. We've talked about being on shore and enjoying the environment and just not getting sort of wound up about it, and just being able to jump into a boat, go for a sail. What happens, take the rough with the smooth and so on. But again, yes, if you're comfortable in your environment as well and it feels similar to home, then obviously that gives you that little bit of advantage. It makes you feel comfortable with the environment that you're sailing in. On top of everything else, well, you know, we talk about home team advantage. Well, Costa Esmeralda didn't really pull that together and stuff on their regatta, but very similar conditions to what they have in Finland, and they've seemed very happy, very relaxed through the whole regatta, and managed to turn it on when they've needed to in that final race.
So in the end, Esbo Segelforening, they actually win by 3 points, strangely. So it's all the drama of that final race. But let's just look at who also finished in the other podium positions. In the end, it was the Swiss that came through. They were second and almost challenging for the race win in the latter stages of that race. They end up second overall. Flensburger end up third overall, and the Royal Danish Yacht Club, unfortunately for them, end up with fourth. So it's a disappointing finish for Royal Danish Yacht Club, having won the previous race, but that was all done for them at the start. They had that, it seemed like a double penalty. There was a lot going on for the Danes, and just when they needed it the least. So really hard for them to come back from that one.
Yeah, it just shows even though there were 4 boats on that line and a bit more space to move around, they were all risking a little bit more, willing to push the boats that little bit harder, and they ended up just trying to get across, make across that was unable to. That picked up a penalty, and it did look like that they ended up having to jibe round because of that, to try and bring themselves back to the start, but that was because of bringing themselves back to the start, and then a penalty got applied from there.
So that's the conclusion of, it was going to be a 4-day regatta. It wasn't quite that because it was too windy on day one. It really was super windy at the beginning of this regatta. It was still pretty windy later on, but then the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda managed to get that special permission for having the racing inside the harbour. That's never been done before in the 50 plus years of the history of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, which we tend to associate with the much bigger boats anyway. I mean, these are dinghies compared with the size of yachts that you tend to see come into Porto Cervo. So this is big boat Mecca. This is big boat central. It's been an absolute privilege for us and the J70s to have their competition here, and particularly inside the confines of the harbour when potentially it was going to be hard to have any kind of racing out to sea at all. It was a tricky race course, but the patterns, you can start to see them from our position up in the commentary box. It's way harder to do it out on the water when you've got so much else going on around you, isn't it, Corky?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky with all of the technology that we've got involved, and drones and everything else from that perspective. When you're on the water, it's a lot harder. You're also trying to juggle about 4 or 5 other things at the same time. And so from that, it's easy to just miss certain things, and then we're not adding any pressure, we're not adding sort of any intensity, the noise, the spray, the sort of movement around, so that changes the perspective, full stop. But the Yacht Club Esmeralda have done a superb job. Like what could have been a regatta that could have fallen foul of Mother Nature, and we've all been to regattas like that. We could have seen no racing whatsoever. So having that special privilege and the permissions given to be able to race in the harbour is really special. Obviously there was that desire to go out and that constant, we want to be out to sea and want to race on that race course. But at the end of the day, they've done 10 flights of races. Everyone's enjoyed the races, everyone's pushed hard, and then we've stretched the actual final to its absolute max, and we've come out with worthy champions at the end of it. So what more could you want from a regatta at the end of it?
Yes, absolutely. So the other 3 teams will be licking their wounds, but in the end no one can have any complaints. That regatta played out as far as it could, with each of those teams taking a race win in the finals. But congratulations to our eventual winners, Esbos Segod Forening. They only have a few minutes to wait, along with the rest of us, for the prize giving that's going to take place on the steps of the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. We don't hang around here, so do stick with us for the prize giving. Meanwhile, you can look at the results for yourself on sapsailing.com or sailingchampionsleague.com. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. There's a lot of content there. You can look back through how this regatta was lost and how it was won. But thank you for watching. Thank you to my production team sitting with us, behind us in the production facility here next to the water. Thank you to my co-commentators, Ollie Schwal out on the water, Mark Corky Rhodes sitting next to me, Andy Rice, that's me. I hope to see you again for the next Sailing Champions League final. We don't know yet where, but we know it's going to be glamorous for 2022. It always is. But congratulations for the final time to Esbos Segod Forening from Finland, winning the 2021 edition of the Sailing Champions League final. Goodbye.
Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence. The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come closer for the official prize giving of the Sailing Champions League 2021. Finally, we have a winner. Thank you for getting a little bit closer here. So, at the end we did it in a different way, but we did it. We are happy that we succeed in sailing inside for the first time our harbor. I would like to thank all of you again to be here with us and to join this outstanding event. First of all, some few words from our Commodore that was on the race committee boat for all the regattas. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. So, thank you for being here. It was great to see you sail in our future stadium. You initiated that thing. I don't think that we can, in the future, for sure in October and in the off-season, we can do this. Not with maxis, that would be quite impossible to do. No, thank you so very much. The winners will be awarded for sure. The last four, great. But what I would like to say before I hand it over to Olli and the prize giving is what I really appreciated, and I think that's the spirit of the Sailing Champions League and your format of sailing, is that you see teams come here and on the first day they struggle because not only was the condition tough, but they struggled. And then we saw in the last 3 days, over these days, we saw an immense improvement, and people were smiling and really getting to a point where they said, yeah, we can also do this, and yeah, we can also beat some of the big boats. So that is really nice to see. For us, and for me personally, it's good to see young sailors in the sport, because I see that the sport is growing older with its people. So it is wonderful to see that we have so many young people excited about competing. And one more word, it's not about the results, it's always about the process of getting better. That's very, very important. So thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you very, very soon.
Thank you, everybody. Before I give the microphone to Olli for the prize giving, I would like to say a few thanks, because this is the last race of the season. We are ending our long season with this regatta, and I would like to thank all the YCCS people that is working to make it possible. Thank you for the people at sea. Thank you for the people here ashore. I would like to thank, in this occasion, the international jury, the judges, the race committee, and the people from Sailing Champions League 2 and from the team of Olli that we are working with since 7 years. Again, thanks to all of you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mike and Eduardo.
It's an honor for us to be here. I mean, it's an amazing place, and I'm really, really excited because we had. It was difficult. It was the difficult situation we ever had, honestly speaking. We had Mistral. We were trying to sail behind the island there, but we never had conditions like this. And Eduardo, you know, he lives here through the whole year, and he never had conditions like that. So it was very special, and I'm very, very thankful that it was handled in such a professional way from the whole team from YCCS, that you get the permission, and in these very, very, very close race course that we were able to host the events. And this is a big, big applause to you and your team. That was really amazing. But I'm also very thankful that, you know, when we started this league sailing format a couple of years ago, YCCS was one of the first clubs who approached us and said, we want to join, we want to be part of it. And the first question from the former Commodore was, what do we need? I think a couple of boats would be good. So, and I think the boats are still the same. They're in really, really good shape. Thank you to Alexandro and his team that they really made it happen, that these boats are really in perfect condition. We had some issues, but it was really, really professional, and thank you very much even from my side. But I'm very honored as well that you all come this long way. We had really tough times with Corona. Everybody was really so excited to come to Porto Cervo, and I think it's an amazing place, and with amazing racings, and we have great winners. And now we come to the prize giving. This format, we all know we are the only ones who are using this. We, by the way, announced it to World Sailing. Why don't you use this as a medal race format in Olympic sailing? And they are kind of struggling with this, but I think if you are here, if you watch the live stream, if you're on the water, this Final Four system is amazing. And again, like last year, we had 4 potential winners. I mean, it was the best thing that can happen. And unfortunately, on place number 4 is the Royal Danish Yacht Club, Henrik Jensen, Thomas Hartwig, Niels Gramkoy, Jeppe Blank-Lundal, and big hand to the Royal Danish Yacht Club. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. On place number 3, and perhaps one information for all the teams, if you still have the time and no flight back, please stay here for an interview with our media team if it's doable. On 3rd position, and by that the podium, are a team which is very close to Denmark from Flensburg, Flensburger Segelclub, Gordon Nickel, Nins Drenvøk, Tobias Kono und Cedric Menzel. On 2nd position, I mean, these guys from Switzerland, they've tried it so often. It was always so close. Again, it was not enough, but I think last year you finished 3rd, and you're so young, as I mentioned. So you have all the time to get next year the win. The team from Kreuzling, Tom, Michael, Jens, and Stefan, please come to stage. Congratulations. And the winning team, I mean, first of all, it's a very young team, and I have to send, before I bring them on stage, a very, very warm welcome from Gedi. She's the head of the Finnish league. She's so proud of you. We know this team very well because they joined the Nord Stream race, which they won as well. These are really, really young talents, and they made it finally in the last race. Please come to stage, Lukas, Victor, Anton, and Emil. And big applause to the winner of the Champions League 2021. So please stay here for the photos. And as I said, if you have the time, please stay here for some interviews. And for all of you, have a safe trip back home. Thank you to everybody who was involved, to the team from YCCS, to my team, to the Empire, the race committee, to our media team. And I think this live stream was amazing today and was a very good promotion for our sport. And we are very, very much looking forward to see you next year in the Sailing Champions League Series, and hopefully we'll be back here in Porto Cervo as well. So have a safe trip home, and thank you very much for coming.